I've spent 15 years in the backcountry, and if there's one thing the woods teach you, it's the value of silence. Real silence isn't the absence of noise, it's the presence of peace. But what I experienced last October in the Cabinet Mountains of Montana wasn't peace. It was a calculated, rhythmic violation of everything I knew about being alone. I'm 34 now, a surveyor by trade and a solo hiker by choice. I'm not the kind of guy who gets spooked by a snapping twig or a prowling cougar. I know the sounds of the mountain. I know how the wind tricks the ears when it whistles through lodgepole pines, and I know the difference between a bear rummaging through a gear bag and the heavy, deliberate tread of a man. Or at least I thought I did. It started on a Tuesday. I had hiked 12 miles into a basin that doesn't see more than 5 visitors a year. My plan was simple: 5 days of complete isolation to clear my head before the winter rush. I had my gear dialed in: a lightweight tent, a high-end water filtration system, and an old, rugged Baofeng emergency radio. That radio was my only tether to civilization. It was a brick of black plastic that had survived drops onto granite and sub-zero nights. But on the first night, the battery gave up the ghost. I remember clicking the power knob and seeing the screen flicker once before dying completely. I cursed my luck, tossed it into the corner of my tent, and accepted that I was truly on my own. The first 2 nights were unremarkable. The air was crisp, smelling of damp earth and dying needles. But on the 3rd morning, something changed. I woke up at exactly 4:11 a.m. I know the time because I checked my watch, my heart hammering against my ribs for no apparent reason. The forest was dead quiet. No crickets, no owls, not even the rustle of a breeze. Then the radio spoke. It shouldn't have been possible. The battery was dead, the power knob was clicked to the off position, and yet the speaker crackled with a burst of white noise so sharp it felt like a physical slap in the dark. I froze, my breath hitching in my throat. I stared at the dark shape of the radio in the corner. A voice, monotone and devoid of any human inflection, cut through the static. 48.203. Negative 115.096. It repeated the numbers twice, then died. The silence that followed was heavier than before. I sat there in my sleeping bag, shivering despite the heat of my own body. My mind raced, trying to find a logical path. Maybe the battery had a tiny bit of residual juice. Maybe it was a stray signal from a powerful transmitter nearby. But the coordinates, I knew enough about my location to realize those numbers weren't random. They were a location. And they were less than 2 miles from where I was sitting. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat with my bear spray in one hand and a flashlight in the other, watching the thin nylon walls of my tent as if they could protect me from whatever was broadcasting through a dead machine. When the sun finally crested the ridge, I felt foolish. In the light of day, the radio was just a piece of plastic. I tried to turn it on. Nothing happened. I even took the battery out and put it back in. Dead. I told myself it was a fluke, a freak atmospheric skip. I spent the day fishing at the Alpine Lake, but the joy was gone. I kept looking over my shoulder, scanning the tree line for a flash of orange or the silhouette of another hiker. I saw nothing, but the feeling of being watched, that primal prickle on the back of the neck, never left me. That evening, I did something I still regret. I pulled out my paper map and plotted the coordinates from the night before. They pointed to a dense thicket of spruce on the eastern slope, an area I had planned to avoid because of the difficult terrain. It was just a spot on a map, yet looking at it made my stomach churn. I went to bed early, hoping to sleep through the night and prove to myself that I was just suffering from woods madness, a term hikers use for the mild paranoia that comes with extended isolation. I fell into a fitful sleep, dreaming of static and cold wind. At 4:11 a.m., my eyes snapped open. I didn't need to check my watch, I already knew. The radio didn't crackle this time. It hummed, a low-frequency vibration that I felt in my teeth before I heard it. Then the same voice, flat, cold, and impossibly clear, spoke again. 48.215, negative 115.082. He is moving. He is closer. The air in the tent felt like it had been sucked out. The coordinates had changed. I didn't need to plot them to know what they meant. The voice was describing a path that was looping around the lake, a path that was closing in on my camp. I grabbed the radio, my fingers trembling so hard I almost dropped it. I fumbled for the power knob, twisting it back and forth, but the voice continued, ignoring the switch. 48.215, negative 115.082. He is looking at the blue nylon. My tent was blue. I went perfectly still. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. Outside, the world was a void of darkness. I waited for the sound of a footstep, the zip of a tent, the breathing of a predator. Nothing came. For 20 minutes, I sat in the dark, listening to the sound of my own blood rushing through my ears. When I finally gathered the courage to peek through the tent flap, the woods were empty. The moonlight hit the frost on the ground, turning the forest floor into a field of diamonds. There were no tracks, no shadows moving between the trees, but I knew I wasn't alone, and I knew that whatever was talking to me through that dead radio wasn't interested in a conversation. It was a countdown. By 5:00 a.m., I had made a choice. I wasn't going to wait for the third night. I began to pack. My hands were clumsy, my movements frantic. I jammed my sleeping bag into its stuffed sack, leaving the straps loose. I didn't care about organization. I cared about distance. As I pulled up my tent stakes, I noticed something that made my heart stop. In the frost, just 3 feet from where my head had been resting on the other side of the nylon, was a single indentation. It wasn't a footprint. It looked like someone had pressed a heavy, flat-bottomed pole into the earth, and next to it, written in the frost with a finger, were 3 digits, 411. I didn't finish packing. I threw my pack over my shoulders, grabbed my trekking poles, and began to hike. I didn't follow the trail. I headed straight for the ridge, my lungs burning as I pushed myself up the steep incline. I needed to get high, to get a vantage point, to see who was following me. But as I climbed, the logic of the situation began to crumble. Who could follow me for miles through the wilderness without making a sound? How could they know my coordinates with such precision? And how, in the name of God, were they making a dead radio speak? I reached the summit of the ridge just as the sun began to bleed over the horizon. I looked back down into the basin. The lake was a mirror, reflecting the gray morning sky. My campsite was a tiny blue dot in the vast green sea of trees. From this distance, everything looked peaceful. Then I saw it. A flash of light, rhythmic and steady. It was coming from the trees near my old camp. It wasn't a campfire. It was a signal. Long, short, long, Morse code. I didn't know how to read it, but I didn't need to. The message was clear. I see you. I turned and ran. I didn't care about my knees or my ankles. I scrambled over rock slides and pushed through thickets of devil's club that tore at my clothes. I needed to get to the trailhead. I needed to get to my truck. By noon, I was exhausted. I stopped by a small creek to splash water on my face and try to settle my nerves. "You're overreacting," I whispered to the trees. "It's a prank. Some local survivalist messing with a city guy." But the words felt hollow. Survivalists don't have the technology to hijack a dead radio. I reached into my pack to grab a granola bar. and my hand brushed against the radio. I had forgotten I'd even shoved it in there. I pulled it out, intending to hurl it into the creek, to rid myself of the damn thing once and for all. But as I held it, I noticed something that chilled me to the bone. The battery compartment was gone. It must have fallen out when I was frantically packing. The radio was a hollow shell of plastic and circuitry. There was no power source, no possible way for it to function. And yet, as I stood there in the midday sun, the speaker hissed. 48.249, negative 115.054. He is tired. He is stopping at the water. I dropped the radio as if it had turned into a snake. It hit a rock and cracked, but the voice didn't stop. It grew louder, distorted by the broken casing. He is looking at the device. He is afraid. He should be. I didn't pick it up. I left it there, lying in the dirt, and I ran until I couldn't feel my legs. I didn't stop until I saw the dusty white paint of my Ford F-150 at the trailhead. I fumbled for my keys, jumped inside, and locked the doors. I sat there for a long time, staring at the woods, waiting for something to emerge from the shadows. Nothing did. I drove to the nearest ranger station, a small log cabin 30 miles down the mountain. The ranger on duty was an older man named Miller, with skin like cracked leather and eyes that had seen too many seasons. I told him everything. I expected him to laugh. I expected him to tell me I'd had a panic attack or a vivid dream. Instead, Miller went very still. He didn't look at me. He looked at the map on his wall. 411, he asked quietly. Every morning, I said, my voice shaking. How did you know? Miller sighed and leaned back in his chair. You're not the first one, son. Every few years, someone comes out of those woods talking about a radio or a watch or even a disconnected GPS. It always starts at 411, and it always ends with coordinates. What's at the coordinates? I asked. Miller looked at me then, and for the first time, I saw real fear in a ranger's eyes. We don't know, because the people who actually follow the coordinates, they never come back to tell us what they found. I drove home that night, but the story didn't end there. I sold my gear. I haven't stepped foot in the woods since. I thought I was safe. I thought the distance would protect me. But 2 weeks ago, I bought a new clock radio for my bedside table. It's a simple digital model, plugged into the wall, no batteries. Every morning at exactly 4:11 a.m., the display flickers, the music stops, and a voice, flat and monotone, begins to read a new set of numbers. They're my home address, and the voice says I'm running out of time. The red glow of the digital clock didn't just tell the time. It felt like a countdown to an appointment I never made. At 4:11 a.m., the air in my bedroom didn't just turn cold, it turned thin, as if the oxygen was being siphoned out by an invisible vacuum. The voice that came through the bedside speakers wasn't the same as the one from the Beifeng. That one had been tinny, filtered through the hardware of a handheld radio. This one was rich, resonant, and surround sound, vibrating through the wood of my nightstand and into my skull. 112 Oak Street, the voice murmured. It didn't shout, it didn't need to. Entry point, rear sliding door. Security status, negligible. I didn't breathe. I lay there under my duvet, my eyes fixed on the shadows in the corner of the room. I lived alone in a suburb of Missoula, a place where people still left their porch lights off and trusted their neighbors. But the voice wasn't a neighbor. It wasn't a prankster. It was the same cold, mathematical intelligence that had tracked me through the Cabinet Mountains, and it had followed me home. When the clock hit 4:12, the display snapped back to its usual dim brightness. The silence that followed was worse than the voice. It was the silence of a predator that had just finished whispering in its prey's ear. I got out of bed, my legs feeling like lead, and walked to the kitchen. I didn't turn on the lights. I didn't want to be a silhouette against the window. I checked the rear sliding door. Locked. I checked the front door. Locked. I went to the basement and checked the small hopper windows. All secure. But as I stood in the dark of my living room, I realized the futility of it. Whatever this was, it didn't care about locks. It had spoken through a radio with no battery. It was currently speaking through a clock that wasn't even tuned to a station. It wasn't a person, at least, not a person as I understood the term. The next morning, I didn't go to work. I called in sick, my voice sounding like I'd been swallowing glass. I spent the day staring at my phone, debating whether to call the police. What would I say? My clock is talking to me. The mountain followed me home. They'd put me on a psych hold faster than I could finish the sentence. Instead, I called Miller. The ranger station took 3 tries to pick up. When Miller finally answered, he sounded older than he had 2 weeks ago. Tired. "It's me," I said, "the surveyor from the cabinets." There was a long pause on the other end. I could hear the crackle of a radio in the background of his office, a normal radio, the kind that broadcasts weather reports and fire updates. "I told you to stay out of the woods, son," Miller said. His voice was a dry rasp. "I am out of the woods, Miller. I'm in my house. I'm 60 miles away, but it's here. It's in my bedroom. It's giving my address. It's talking about my back door." I heard a heavy sigh, the sound of a man sitting down into a creaky chair. "I was afraid of that," Miller whispered. "There's a pattern to these things. Most people, they get spooked, they run, and it loses interest. It's like a predator. If the chase ends, the game is over. But once in a while, it latches. It picks a frequency and it stays on it." "What is it, Miller? Don't give me the we don't know routine again. You've been in those mountains for 30 years. You know what's broadcasting." "It's not a what," Miller said, and I could hear the tremor in his hand as he likely rubbed his face. "It's a where. There are places in this world where the static of the universe gets concentrated. The Cabinet Mountains have a few of those spots. We call them cold zones. Nothing grows there. Animals won't cross them. They're like holes in the map. And sometimes something from the other side of the hole reaches out. It uses what we have. It uses our tech because that's the only way we can perceive it. It's trying to translate itself into something you can understand." "Coordinates?" I asked. "It's trying to translate itself into GPS coordinates." "Math is the only universal language, son. It's not just telling you where it is. It's telling you where you're supposed to be." "I'm not going back," I snapped. "I'm selling the house. I'm moving to Florida. I'll live in a damn tent in a swamp if I have to." "It won't matter," Miller said, and the finality in his voice chilled me. "You've been tagged, like a grizzly with an ear clip. You're on the frequency now. My advice, don't listen. Whatever you do, don't acknowledge it. If it speaks, walk away. If it gives you a number, don't look it up. It feeds on the attention. It needs you to be the receiver for the signal to be complete." I hung up the phone. I wanted to believe him, but the surveyor in me, the part of my brain that needed to map the unknown, was already screaming. I went to my laptop. I told myself I was just checking the news, but within 5 minutes I was on a mapping site. I entered the coordinates from the night before. The pin dropped in the middle of a blank green space on the map. It was exactly 4 miles from the lake where I had camped. It was a high, rocky plateau that the locals called the Devil's Altar. There was nothing there but granite and wind. But then I zoomed in. The satellite imagery was grainy, but as the pixels resolved, I saw something that shouldn't have been there. It was a shape, perfectly circular, about 50 feet in diameter. It wasn't a building, and it wasn't a natural rock formation. It looked like the ground itself had been scorched, turned into a glass-like substance that reflected the sun, and in the center of the circle was a small, dark speck. I stared at that speck for an hour. I tried to convince myself it was a glitch in the rendering, a shadow from a cloud, but I knew it was a radio, not mine, something much older. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, a pot of coffee brewing, and a shotgun across my lap. I watched the clock on the microwave. 4:08, 4:09, 4:10. At 4:11, the microwave didn't beep, the lights didn't flicker, but the television in the corner, which was unplugged, suddenly surged to life. The screen was a wall of gray and white static, the snow of a dead channel. The sound was a roar of white noise, like a jet engine idling in my living room. Then the static cleared. It didn't show a picture, just a solid, pulsing blue screen. 48.260, negative 115.041, the voice boomed. It wasn't a whisper anymore. It was a command. The ranger is compromised. The ranger is a relay. I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead. Miller. The ranger has seen the altar, the voice continued. He spoke the words. He is now part of the broadcast. I grabbed the TV and tried to shove it off the stand, but as my hands touched the plastic casing, I felt a shock, not of electricity, but of vibration. It felt like I was touching a beehive. I pulled back, my palms stinging. "He is coming to help you," the voice said. "Do not open the door. He is the transmitter now." I backed away from the TV, my heart hammering. The ranger is coming. Miller lived 2 hours away. There was no way he could be here. But then I heard it, a car pulling into my gravel driveway. I crept to the window and peeled back the curtain. A green Forest Service truck was idling at the curb. The headlights were off, but the cabin light was on. I could see Miller sitting in the driver's seat. He wasn't moving. He was just staring straight ahead at my house. His mouth was open. Even from 30 feet away, I could see his jaw working, his lips moving rapidly, as if he were reciting a frantic prayer or a list of numbers. I grabbed my phone and dialed his number. I watched him in the truck. He didn't reach for his pocket. He didn't flinch. But through the phone, I didn't hear a ringtone. I heard the static. "Miller," I yelled into the phone. "Miller, get out of here. Go home." Through the receiver, I heard Miller's voice, but it wasn't Miller speaking. It was the monotone voice from the radio, overlaid with Miller's gravelly tone. "The signal must be boosted," the Miller voice said. 2 points make a line. 3 points make a plane. We need the 3rd point." Miller opened the door of the truck and stepped out. He moved like a marionette, his limbs jerky and uncoordinated. He didn't have his hat on, and his thin hair was standing up as if charged with static electricity. He walked toward my front porch, his eyes fixed on my front door. They weren't brown anymore. They were a pale, milky white, reflecting the street lamp like a cat's eyes. "Miller, stop," I shouted through the window. I picked up the shotgun and pumped a shell into the chamber. "I'll shoot, I swear to God." He didn't stop. He reached the porch and began to beat on the door. It wasn't a knock. It was a rhythmic, heavy thud, thump-thump, thump-thump, the same rhythm as the static from the first night. 48.260. Miller's voice drifted through the wood of the door, muffled but clear. Negative 115.041. The altar is waiting. The broadcast is incomplete. I backed into the kitchen, the shotgun shaking in my hands. I couldn't shoot him. He was an old man. He was a victim. But as the thumping on the door grew louder, the wood beginning to splinter, I realized he wasn't Miller anymore. He was just a hollow shell being used to carry a message. Suddenly, the thumping stopped. I waited, my finger on the trigger, my breath coming in short, jagged gasps. I heard the sound of footsteps retreating down the porch steps. I risked a look out the window. Miller was walking back to his truck, but he wasn't alone. Standing at the edge of my driveway, just under the pool of light from the street lamp, was another figure. It was tall, impossibly tall and thin. It wore a tattered hiking jacket, the fabric faded to a dull, unrecognizable color. It didn't have a face, just a smooth, featureless surface where a head should be, and in its hand it held a long, flat-bottomed pole. The same pole that had left the indentation in the frost outside my tent. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching Miller get back into his truck. Miller started the engine and backed out of the driveway, his eyes still fixed on my house as he disappeared into the night. The tall figure remained. It turned its head, or the top of its torso, toward my window. I didn't see eyes, but I felt a gaze that was cold, ancient, and hungry. It raised the pole and pressed it into the asphalt of the street. My phone, still in my hand, vibrated. A text message from an unknown number. It was a set of coordinates, but these weren't for the mountains. The coordinates were for the exact spot where I was standing in my kitchen. "You are the third point," the phone's text-to-speech voice whispered, though I hadn't enabled the setting. "The circuit is closing." I didn't stay, I didn't pack. I grabbed my car keys and ran for the garage. I backed my truck out through the closed garage door, the wood splintering and the metal screeching as I tore into the night. I didn't look back to see if the tall figure was following. I just drove. I drove until the sun came up, heading east, away from the mountains, away from Missoula, away from everything I knew. I ended up in a small town in North Dakota, a place of flat prairies and endless sky. I checked into a motel, a dive with no electronics other than a buzzing neon sign and an old CRT television that I immediately unplugged and shoved into the closet. I sat on the edge of the bed, my head in my hands. I thought I had escaped. I thought the flatlands would be my sanctuary. But as I sat there, I noticed the clock on the wall. It was an old-fashioned analog clock, the kind with a physical second hand that swept around the face with a soft click-click-click. I watched the second hand. It was moving normally. 4:09, 4:10. At 4:11, the second hand stopped. It didn't just stop. It began to vibrate. It moved back and forth in a tiny, frantic arc, tapping against the glass of the clock face. Tap, 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 tap. Morse code. I didn't need to know how to read it. I knew what it was saying. It was a location. It was a countdown, and it was getting closer. I looked at my hands. The hair on my arms was standing straight up. I could smell ozone, the sharp, metallic scent of a coming thunderstorm. I reached for the door handle, intent on running again, but as my fingers brushed the metal, a spark jumped. It wasn't a static shock. It was a sustained arc of blue light that connected my skin to the knob. I screamed and pulled back, but the arc didn't break. It stretched, a gossamer thread of energy linking me to the room. And then the voice didn't come from a radio. It didn't come from a TV or a phone. It came from inside my own chest. 48.260. my own voice said, though my lips didn't move. Negative 115.041. The broadcast is live. I realized then that I wasn't the prey. I wasn't the observer. I was the antenna, and the altar was calling its property home. The vibration in my chest wasn't just a sound. It was a physical displacement, a rhythmic thrumming that felt like my heart had been replaced by a rotating turbine. I fell to the yellowed linoleum of the motel floor, clutching my ribs, gasping for air that tasted like copper and burnt ozone. Every time I tried to draw a breath, the numbers vibrated through my windpipe. The coordinates were no longer external data points. They were etched into my nervous system, a map drawn in phantom fire. I looked at my reflection in the cracked mirror above the dresser. My eyes weren't white like Miller's, not yet, but the pupils were blown wide black voids that seemed to be absorbing the dim light of the room. I could see the faint blue glow of the electrical arc still tethered to my fingertip, pulsing in time with the ticking clock that had stopped at 4:11. I wasn't just a man in a room anymore. I was a closed circuit, a biological relay station waiting for the final command. I forced myself to stand, my muscles locking and popping like old wood under stress. I had to move. If I stayed still, the signal would solidify. I grabbed my car keys, the metal burning cold against my palm, and stumbled out of the room. The North Dakota air was biting, a flat, howling wind that smelled of dead grass and distant rain, but it didn't clear my head. The prairie was too wide, too empty. There was nothing to break the transmission here. I got into the truck and floored it. I didn't have a destination. I just needed distance. But as I pushed the needle to 80, then 90, the radio, which I had physically ripped from the dashboard 3 hours prior, began to hum. The empty cavity where the head unit had been was bleeding a soft, violet light. Distance is a construct of the Euclidean mind, the voice said. It was my voice, but layered with the mechanical screech of a dial-up modem. The altar is not a place. It is a state of resonance. You are moving toward the center, even as you flee. I screamed, a raw, jagged sound that was swallowed by the roar of the wind through the cracked window. Leave me alone. I'm not a part of this. You were chosen the moment you calibrated the first marker, the voice replied, vibrating through the steering wheel into my wrists. The surveyor prepares the way. The surveyor measures the void so the void can fill the measurements. 48.260. Negative 115.041. The geometry is almost complete. I looked at the GPS on my phone, which was sitting in the cup holder. I hadn't touched it, but the blue line of the navigation was already plotted. It wasn't leading me east. Despite the fact that I was driving toward the rising sun, the compass on the screen insisted I was heading west-northwest, back toward Montana, back toward the Cabinet Mountains. I gripped the wheel and yanked it to the right, intending to drive the truck into the ditch to end the broadcast the only way I knew how. But the wheel wouldn't budge. It was locked in place, held by an invisible force that felt like solidified air. The truck continued to hurtle down the highway, steered by a ghost in the machine. The sun didn't rise. I watched the horizon, waiting for the first gray light of dawn to break the nightmare, but the sky stayed a bruised, unnatural purple. The stars weren't right. They were shifting, sliding across the firmament like drops of oil on water, forming patterns that made my brain ache, triangles, hexagons, and intersecting circles that mirrored the scorched mark I'd seen on the satellite map. I passed a highway sign, "Welcome to Montana." I had been driving for 20 minutes. I should have been hundreds of miles away, but the geography was folding. The cold zones Miller had mentioned weren't just holes in the map. They were tears in the fabric of reality, and I was falling through one. The truck began to slow down, not because I hit the brakes, but because the road was disappearing. The asphalt transitioned into gravel, then into a dirt track, then into the familiar pine needle-choked floor of the Cabinet Mountains. The transition was seamless, a cinematic dissolve that left me sitting in my idling truck in the middle of a dense thicket of larch and fir. The headlights flickered and died. The only light came from the dashboard, which was now a solid, pulsing red. "Arrival," the voice whispered. I sat there paralyzed. I could hear the woods breathing. It wasn't the sound of wind in the trees. It was a rhythmic, mechanical inhalation, a deep hiss, click that echoed from the shadows. I looked out the side window. Standing 10 feet away, illuminated by the red glow of the cabin light, was Miller. He was standing perfectly still, his Forest Service uniform torn and coated in a layer of fine gray ash. His jaw was still unhinged, hanging at an impossible angle, and his milky eyes were fixed on me. In his hand, he held a radio, the same Baofeng I had abandoned in the woods. He raised the radio. He didn't press the PTT button. He didn't have to. "The third point has arrived." Miller's voice came through the truck's speakers, distorted and wet. "The triangle is drawn. The altar is open." Behind Miller, the tall, faceless figure emerged from the trees. It moved with a sickening, liquid grace, its long limbs trailing behind it like the legs of a spider. It carried the pole, but the pole was glowing now, a vertical line of white light that seemed to cut through the darkness rather than illuminate it. I tried to lock the doors, but the locks cycled rapidly. Click-clack, click-clack, a frantic mechanical heartbeat. The driver's side door swung open. A coldness unlike anything I'd ever felt washed over me. It wasn't just the absence of heat, it was the absence of life. It was the temperature of deep space, of the vacuum between stars. I felt myself being pulled out of the seat, not by hands, but by the signal itself. My body was reacting to the frequency, drawn toward the tall figure like iron filings to a magnet. I hit the ground, the frozen needles biting into my palms. I tried to crawl away, but my limbs were heavy, as if I were moving through molasses. "Why me?" I gasped, the words coming out as a series of numbers. 4, 8, 2, 6, why me? The tall figure stopped a few feet away. It didn't speak, but a series of images flooded my mind, not pictures, but blueprints. I saw the earth as a grid of energy, a complex web of vibrations that held the physical world together. And I saw the holes, the cold zones where the grid had frayed. These entities, whatever they were like technicians from a dimension of pure mathematics, trying to stitch the holes shut using the only material available to them, us. Our technology, our consciousness, our bodies. We weren't being hunted. We were being used as solder. Miller stepped forward, his movements jerky. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, metallic object. It was a surveying stake, one of mine. He pressed it into the dirt at my feet. "The first point was the mountain," Miller droned. "The second point was the gatekeeper. The third point is the witness." The tall figure raised the glowing pole and slammed it into the ground next to the stake. A shockwave of blue light erupted from the impact site, rippling through the forest. The trees didn't bend. They turned translucent, their trunks becoming ghostly outlines as the reality of the woods began to dissolve. In the center of the clearing, the ground began to shift. The dirt and rock melted away, replaced by that same scorched, glass-like substance I'd seen from the satellite. It rose up like a pedestal, forming a circular dais, the altar. And on the altar sat a radio. It was ancient, a vacuum tube model from the 1940s, its wooden casing polished to a high sheen. The tubes inside were glowing with a fierce emerald light, humming with a sound that felt like it was peeling the skin off my bones. Broadcast start, the voice in my chest commanded. I found myself walking toward the altar. I wasn't in control of my legs. I was a passenger in my own skin, watching through the windows of my eyes as my hands reached out for the radio's tuning knob. The moment my fingers touched the wood, the world vanished. I was no longer in the woods. I was nowhere. I was a pulse of energy traveling through a wire. I could see the entire world not as a globe, but as a vast, interconnected network of signals. I could see every cell tower, every satellite, every router and radio wave. I could hear the billion simultaneous conversations of humanity, a chaotic roar of noise that the entities were trying to silence. They wanted the world to be quiet. They wanted it to be a perfect, silent equation. "Tune it," the voice whispered. I felt my hand turn the knob. The emerald light of the tubes flared, turning white-hot. The static in my head began to clear, replaced by a single, pure tone, a frequency that felt like the end of everything. I looked back, or what I thought was back. I saw Miller standing on the edge of the glass circle. He was fading. His body was turning into pillars of gray ash, his uniform dissolving into the wind. He looked at me, and for a fleeting second, the milky film over his eyes cleared. He looked terrified. He looked human. "Don't finish the sequence," he wheezed. But the signal was too strong. My hand continued to turn. The tall figure stood behind me, its faceless head tilted upward as if drinking in the transmission. It was growing larger, more solid, as it fed on the resonance I was creating. 48.260, I said, my voice echoing across the entire planet, vibrating in every speaker, every phone, every sleeping ear. -115.041, the voice replied from the void. I saw the coordinates on a map of my mind. They weren't just a location in the Cabinet Mountains. They were a lock, and I was the key. The ground beneath the altar began to vibrate, a deep, tectonic groan that suggested something massive was waking up beneath the crust of the earth. The glass circle began to crack, leaking a light that wasn't light, a darkness so absolute it had a color. I realized then what the cold zones really were. They weren't just tears. They were anchor points for something that existed outside of time, something that had been waiting for the right frequency to pull itself into our world. The radio on the altar began to melt, the wood charring, the glass tubes shattering as the power became too much for the physical hardware to contain. But the broadcast didn't stop. It didn't need the radio anymore. It had me. I felt my consciousness beginning to fragment. The I that was a surveyor, the I that lived in Missoula, the I that was afraid. It was all being overwritten by the numbers. I was becoming a string of data, a coordinate. "Please," I whispered, a final, desperate spark of humanity flickering in the dark. "Stop." The tall figure lined down, its featureless face inches from mine. I felt a cold, dry sensation, like wind blowing over a grave. "The silence is coming," it whispered. "The broadcast is the end of the noise." The sky above the Cabinet Mountains finally broke, not with the sun, but with a massive, shimmering rift that tore across the stars. From the rift, a sound descended, a sound so low it was felt rather than heard, a vibration that threatened to liquefy my internal organs. I looked at the altar. The dark light was pouring out of the cracks, flooding the clearing, swallowing the trees, swallowing Miller's ash, swallowing the truck. I turned the knob one last time. The frequency hit 0. The world went silent, not the silence of a quiet room, but the silence of a world that had ceased to exist. I stood in the center of the void, a single point of light in an infinite blackness. I couldn't feel my body. I couldn't feel the ground. I was just a thought, a lingering echo of a signal that had finished its transmission. Then a new sound began. It was a soft, rhythmic ticking. Click, click, click. I looked down. There, floating in the darkness, was the clock radio from my bedside table. The red display was flickering. 4:12 a.m. The music started, a soft, jazz instrumental I recognized from a local station. The smell of ozone vanished, replaced by the scent of my own bedroom, stale coffee and laundry detergent. I blinked. I was lying in my bed. My heart was racing, my skin slick with sweat. The sun was just beginning to peek through the blinds, casting long, golden bars across the carpet. I sat up, gasping, clutching my chest. My ribs didn't ache. My hands weren't glowing. I reached out and touched the nightstand. It was solid wood, real. A dream, I whispered, my voice trembling. It was just a dream. I looked at the clock, 4:13 a.m. I started to laugh, a hysterical, sobbing sound. I had let the fear get to me. I had let Miller's stories and the isolation of the woods drive me into a psychotic break. The mind is a powerful thing. It can build altars out of shadows and monsters out of static. I got out of bed, my legs shaky but functional. I went to the kitchen and splashed cold water on my face. The house was quiet. The neighborhood was waking up. I could hear a bird chirping outside the window. I felt a wave of profound relief. I would call Miller today. I would apologize for the weird phone call. I would tell him I was seeing a therapist. I would get my life back. I walked back into the bedroom to get dressed. I reached for my jeans, which were draped over the chair. As I picked them up, something fell out of the pocket. It was a small, heavy object. It hit the floor with a metallic clink. I froze. I looked down. Lying on the rug was a surveying stake. It was weathered, the metal pitted with age, and etched into the side of it, in fresh, sharp characters that seemed to hum with a faint blue light, were the numbers. 48.26 minus 115.041. I stared at it, the blood draining from my face. Then the clock radio on the nightstand flickered. The music stopped. The witness has been returned, the voice said, my voice resonating from the speakers. The anchor is set. The next broadcast begins in 24 hours. I looked at the window. The sun was still there, but as I watched, a thin, black line began to crawl across the disk of the sun. It wasn't an eclipse, it was a crack. The sky began to bleed static. I picked up the stake. It was cold, so cold. The radio spoke one last time before the world began to dissolve again. Prepare the fourth point. The cold from the stake didn't just chill my skin, it seeped into my marrow, a crystalline frost that turned my blood into slush. I stood in the center of my bedroom, the morning light now looking like a cheap stage effect, a thin golden vellum stretched over a yawning, hungry void. The crack in the sun was widening, a jagged obsidian fissure that defied the laws of optics. It wasn't blocking the light, it was drinking it. I dropped the stake, but it didn't just fall. It thudded into the floorboards with the weight of a dying star, and where it touched the wood, the grain began to smoke and curl into the shape of a familiar, scorched geometry. The radio on my nightstand wasn't plugged in anymore. I had reached out and yanked the cord from the wall in a blind panic, yet the red LEDs of the clock face remained bright, pulsing like a feverish heartbeat. The jazz music had been replaced by a low-frequency thrum that made the fillings in my teeth ache. It was the sound of a mountain grinding against the sky. I backed away, hitting the wall, my breath coming in shallow, jagged hitches. The wallpaper felt like wet skin. Everything was losing its solidity, transitioning into a state of high-frequency agitation. I needed to get out, my mind reeling from the realization that the dream was merely a calibration of my consciousness, latched onto a single desperate instinct, movement. If I stayed in the anchor point, I would be the first thing the silence consumed. I grabbed a jacket, my fingers fumbling with the zipper as if they belonged to someone else, and bolted for the front door. The street outside wasn't the neighborhood I had lived in for 6 years. The houses were there, the cars were parked in the driveways, but the colors were wrong. The green of the lawns was a sickly, neon bruised purple, and the sky had transitioned from morning blue to a terrifying, static-filled gray. People were stepping out onto their porches. My neighbor, an old man who usually spent his mornings meticulously watering his roses, was standing perfectly still on his lawn. He wasn't watering anything. He was holding the hose, but no water came out. Instead, a thin stream of gray ash spilled from the nozzle, piling up around his feet. He turned his head toward me, not with a fluid motion, but with a series of mechanical jerks. His eyes were gone, replaced by the same milky, translucent film that had claimed Miller. "The signal is reaching the suburbs," he said, his voice a chorus of 1,000 overlapping radio broadcasts. "The reception is excellent today." I didn't stop to answer. I jumped into my truck, the same one that should have been miles away in a mountain thicket. It sat in my driveway, the hood still warm, the dashboard still bleeding that soft, violet light from the empty radio cavity. I backed out, tires screaming against the asphalt, and tore down the street. I didn't have a plan, but the coordinates were screaming in my ears again, a rhythmic chanting of latitude and longitude that acted as a compass. I wasn't driving, I was being pulled along a tether. As I reached the main arterial road, I saw that the cold zones were no longer isolated pockets in the wilderness. They were expanding. I passed a grocery store where the windows had shattered outward, and the customers were wandering the parking lot in synchronized circles, their arms raised like antennas. Above the store, a cell tower was vibrating so violently that the air around it was warping, creating a localized ripple in reality. The metal structure was beginning to elongate, its geometry shifting into something spindly and multi-limbed, mirroring the tall figure from the woods. "The fourth point," the voice had said to prepare the fourth point. If the first was the mountain, the second the gatekeeper, and the third the witness, then the fourth was the completion of the square, the stabilization of the rift. I realized with a jolt of pure horror that I wasn't just a relay station anymore. I was the surveyor. I was the one who had to plant the marker. The stake in my pocket, which I didn't remember picking up, yet felt heavy against my thigh, was the final needle. I tried to turn the truck toward the police station, toward the hospital, toward anywhere where there might be a remnant of the world that made sense. But the roads were folding. Every time I turned a corner, I found myself back on the highway leading out of town, heading toward the vast, empty flats of the valley. The geography was being edited in real time. The city was being pruned away, leaving only the path to the designated site. The radio cavity in the dashboard began to speak again. The surveyor fears the measurement, but the measurement is the only truth. Without the grid, there is only chaos. We are bringing order. We are bringing the great calibration. I don't want your order, I yelled, slamming my fist against the steering wheel. I want the noise. I want the mess. The noise is a sickness, the voice replied, now sounding hauntingly like my mother. It is a friction that wears down the soul. We are removing the friction. We are making the world a perfect, frictionless void. The truck hit a patch of road that wasn't road anymore. It was a bridge of solidified light spanning a chasm of pure static. I looked down and saw the Earth, not the planet, but the blueprint. I saw the ley lines, the energy grids, and the glowing nodes where the entities had already anchored themselves. There were thousands of them, a geometric plague spreading across the globe. I reached the site of the fourth point. It was an abandoned radio observatory on a high ridge overlooking the valley. The massive satellite dishes were already tilted toward the rift in the sky, their white surfaces stained with the same gray ash that was falling like snow from the static clouds. I stopped the truck and got out. The air here was so thin it felt like breathing needles. Standing in the center of the observatory's main array was the tall figure. It was no longer a shadow in the trees. It was a towering spire of mathematical elegance, its limbs shifting through dimensions I couldn't name. It held the glowing pole, and as I approached, it extended a hand, a long, tapering appendage that ended in a point of light. The stake it vibrated, the sound echoing inside my skull. My hand moved of its own accord. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the metallic stake. The numbers etched into it were glowing so brightly they burned through my palm, but I couldn't feel the pain. I could only feel the resonance. I walked toward the center of the array. Miller was there too, or what was left of him. He was a pillar of ash now, held together by the frequency, his Forest Service hat resting atop a mound of gray dust. "Plant it," the figure commanded. I looked down at the ground. There was a hole waiting for the stake, a perfect, square hole that went down into the heart of the world. If I planted it, the square would be complete. The rift would open fully, and the silence would wash over the world, turning every living thing into a coordinate, every soul into a data point. I saw the vision again, the silent, perfect earth, a graveyard of geometry where nothing ever changed, nothing ever died, because nothing was ever truly alive. I looked at the stake, I looked at the rift. Then I looked at the tall figure. "You need a witness," I whispered, my voice cracking. "You said I was the witness." "The witness observes the completion," the entity replied. "No," I said, a spark of defiance lighting up in the dark corners of my mind. "The witness changes the outcome. That's the rule of the observer. You can't measure something without changing it." I didn't plunge the stake into the hole. Instead, I turned and ran toward the edge of the ridge, toward the massive power transformers that fed the observatory. "The broadcast is live," I screamed, but I wasn't repeating their mantra. I was hijacking it. I took the stake and jammed it not into the earth, but into the high-voltage cooling system of the main transformer. The reaction was instantaneous. The stake, a conduit for an otherworldly frequency, collided with the raw, chaotic energy of the electrical grid. There was no explosion, not at first. There was a scream of feedback, a sound so loud it tore the clouds apart. The blue light of the stake turned a violent, angry red, clashing with the emerald glow of the entity's power. The tall figure shrieked, its geometric form flickering and blurring. The rift in the sky began to wobble, the edges fraying like a torn tapestry. Incompatible signal. The radio in my truck shrieked. Feedback loop detected. Recalibrate, recalibrate. I held onto the stake, even as the electricity surged through my body, even as my vision turned into a kaleidoscope of static. I wasn't a relay station anymore. I was a short circuit. I felt the ground beneath me begin to dissolve, not into the glass of the altar, but into nothingness. The observatory, the mountains, the tall figure, it all began to collapse into a single point of infinite density. The last thing I heard wasn't a voice or a number. It was the sound of a radio being tuned, the chaotic, beautiful, messy sound of 100 different stations overlapping, a cacophony of human voices, music, and static, all fighting to be heard. Then there was only the dark. I woke up. I was in my truck. The sun was hitting the windshield, blindingly bright. I was parked on the shoulder of a dirt road in the Cabinet Mountains. The engine was off. I sat there for a long time, listening to the ticking of the cooling metal. I reached out and touched the dashboard. The radio was there, a standard plastic factory unit. It was playing a local news report about a freak weather system that had passed through the area overnight. I looked at my hands. They were shaking, but they were clean. No glow, no ash. I reached into my pocket. My fingers brushed against something cold and metallic. I pulled it out, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was a surveying stake, but it was blank. No numbers, no glow, just a piece of weathered steel. I looked out the window. The woods looked like woods. The trees were just trees. I started the engine and began to drive back toward town. I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known in weeks. I had broken the circuit. I had saved the noise. I reached the main highway and turned on the scan function on the radio. It cycled through the stations: country, rock, talk radio, a weather band. Then it stopped. The frequency was 115.041. There was no music, no voice. Just the sound of someone breathing, a deep, rhythmic hiss-click. And then a soft, familiar ticking. Click, click, click. I looked at the digital clock on the dash. 4:11 a.m. The sun in the sky didn't blink, it didn't crack, but as I watched the rearview mirror, I saw the road behind me beginning to turn into gray ash, a silent wave of nothingness chasing the truck, eating the world 1 mile at a time. The radio spoke, but it wasn't my voice this time. It was Miller's. Part 5 of 20, he whispered. The signal is moving to the coast. Would you like a summary of the next segment? The asphalt behind me didn't just crumble, it unmade itself. In the rearview mirror, the world was being deleted by an advancing wall of absolute zero, a monochromatic tide that swallowed the pines, the guardrails, and the very light of the morning. It moved with a terrifying, silent efficiency, a celestial eraser scrubbing the sketches of reality from the parchment of the universe. I floored the accelerator, the needle on the speedometer climbing past 80, 90, 100. The engine roared, a mechanical scream of protest that felt like the only honest sound left in a world turning into a spreadsheet. Miller's voice stayed in the cab with me, vibrating out of the dashboard speakers even though the radio display had gone dark. You thought the short circuit was the end, didn't you? He whispered, his tone devoid of the frantic terror he'd shown in the woods. Now he sounded hollowed out, a vessel repurposed for a higher, colder intelligence. You didn't break the loop, you just gave it a new rhythm, a syncopated beat. The static is the skin of the great calibration, and you just peeled it back. I didn't answer. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, my eyes fixed on the road ahead. The highway began to warp, the straight lines of the pavement curving into impossible non-Euclidean geometries. The horizon wasn't a flat line anymore. It was a folding seam, where the sky and the earth met like the pages of a closing book. I could see the coast in the distance, not the actual Pacific, which was hundreds of miles away, but a shimmering, metaphorical shoreline where the physical world ended and the broadcast began. The fourth point wasn't the observatory, Miller's voice continued, a rhythmic clicking underlying his words. The fourth point was the choice. You chose the noise, so now the noise must be categorized. Every scream, every song, every stray thought you tried to save is being indexed. We are the librarians of the end. I pushed the truck harder, the frame rattling so violently I thought the bolts would shear off. The scenery to my left and right was no longer the Montana wilderness. It was a blur of shifting memories, my childhood home, a grocery store aisle, the face of a woman I'd loved 10 years ago, all of them frozen in gray amber, flickering like damaged film. I was driving through the archives of my own life, a frantic dash through a museum that was being demolished as I passed through the galleries. The steak on the passenger seat began to hum. It wasn't the low thrum from before. It was a high-pitched whine, like a jet engine spooling up. The metal began to glow with a fierce, ultraviolet intensity that turned the interior of the truck into a photographic negative. I reached out to throw it out the window, but my hand stopped inches away. A static discharge arched from the stake to my fingertips, a needle-thin bolt of blue lightning that fused my grip to the wheel. I wasn't driving anymore. I was the needle on the record, and the road was the groove. "Look at the sky," the voice commanded. I looked, the sun was gone. In its place was a massive, rotating aperture, a lens of pure darkness rimmed with a halo of shivering white light. It looked like a pupil, an eye the size of a solar system, staring down at the dust of the earth. From the center of the aperture, a beam of pure information descended, not light, but a stream of binary, a torrential downpour of ones and zeros that struck the mountains and turned them into wireframe models. The truck hit a patch of reality that was particularly thin. The tires lost contact with the road, and for a moment I was weightless, suspended in a vacuum of gray mist. The sound of the engine vanished, replaced by a deafening, rhythmic pulsing. Thump-hiss, thump-hiss. It was the sound of a giant lung breathing the atmosphere of a dead star. "The coast is waiting," Miller said. "The fifth point is the salt. The salt preserves the signal." Suddenly the mist cleared. I wasn't in Montana. I wasn't in the mountains. The truck was sitting on a vast, white expanse of salt flats, stretching out in every direction until it met a sky the color of a bruised plum. In the distance, I could see the silhouettes of enormous structures, monolithic towers of rusted iron and glass, their tops disappearing into the swirling clouds of the aperture. They looked like tuning forks, miles high, vibrating with a frequency that made the salt beneath my tires dance in complex Chladni patterns. I stepped out of the truck. The air tasted of brine and ozone. The silence here was heavy, a physical weight that pressed against my eardrums. I looked back. The wave of deletion had stopped at the edge of the flats, a sheer cliff of nothingness that marked the boundary of this new, sterile domain. A figure was walking toward me across the salt. It wasn't the tall, featureless entity from the woods, nor was it the ashen remains of Miller. It was a child, a boy of about 10, wearing a yellow raincoat that seemed too bright for this muted world. He was carrying a small, portable transistor radio, the kind my grandfather used to take to ball games. The boy stopped 10 feet away. He didn't have a face. Where his features should have been, there was a polished mirror, reflecting the dark aperture in the sky and the tiny, terrified spark of my own reflection. "Do you have the measurement?" the boy asked. His voice didn't come from his mouth. It came from the transistor radio in his hand. It was a clear, high-pitched signal, free of the static that had plagued the mountains. I looked down at my hand. The surveying stake was still there, but it had changed. It was no longer a piece of metal. It was a glass vial, filled with a swirling, iridescent liquid that looked like liquefied starlight. "Is this the fifth point?" I asked, my voice sounding small and fragile in the vastness of the flats. "The fifth point is the witness's tears," the radio child replied. "The salt needs the moisture to conduct the final broadcast. Without the water, the grid is brittle. It will shatter before the sunrise." The boy held out his hand. "Give me the vial. Let the salt drink. The sun is almost ready to break, but it needs a different kind of fuel this time. It needs the history of your sorrow." I looked at the vial. I could see faces in the liquid, thousands of them, people I'd never met, people whose lives were being distilled into this single, glowing essence. It was the sum total of the noise I'd tried to save, refined into a potent, volatile concentrate. The tall towers in the distance began to glow. The vibration in the ground intensified, a low-frequency growl that shook the very foundations of my teeth. The aperture in the sky began to contract, the pupil narrowing as it prepared to fire. "If I give it to you," I said, "what happens to the people? What happens to the noise?" "The noise becomes a monument," the boy said, "a perfect, unmoving record of what was. No more change, no more pain, just the eternal broadcast of the finished soul." I looked at the horizon. A thin line of gold was beginning to bleed over the edge of the world. The sunrise, but it wasn't the warm, life-giving sun I knew. It was a cold, white light, a sterile dawn that promised a world of glass and stillness. I looked at the vial, then at the mirror face of the child. I thought of the bird chirping in my dream, the smell of stale coffee, the messy, chaotic, beautiful friction of a life that was allowed to end. "The broadcast isn't the end of the noise," I whispered, repeating the words of the entity, but with a new understanding. "The broadcast is the noise trying to escape." I didn't give the boy the vial. I didn't plant the stake. Instead, I uncorked the glass and poured the iridescent liquid onto the white salt at my feet. The reaction was violent. The salt didn't drink the liquid, it repelled it. The iridescent light flared up, a pillar of fire that shot toward the sky, intersecting the beam from the aperture. The two forces collided with a sound like 1,000 glass bells shattering at once. The white flats began to crack, great fissures of dark earth erupting through the sterile surface. The boy in the yellow raincoat flickered. His mirror face cracked, spiderwebs of silver spreading across his non-features. The transistor radio in his hand began to scream, a raw, human scream of agony and release. "The sequence is broken," the radio wailed. "The anchor is slipping. The fifth point is compromised." The sky began to fall, not the stars, but the very fabric of the heavens, peeling away in great, scorched sheets of static. I saw the gears behind the stars, the massive, rusted machinery of the great calibration grinding to a halt as the liquid light of human experience fouled the works. The tall towers began to topple, their mile-high forms crashing into the salt with the weight of forgotten gods. The aperture in the sky flickered, turned red, and then imploded, sucking the darkness back into a single, infinitesimal point. I was thrown backward by the shockwave, my body tumbling through a void that was no longer gray or black, but a riot of every color imaginable. I was a signal lost in the storm, a stray frequency looking for a home. I felt a hand grab mine. It was a solid, warm hand. "Hold on," a voice said. It wasn't Miller S. and it wasn't the entities. It was a woman's voice, calm and steady. "The broadcast is almost over. We just have to reach the morning." I gripped the hand with everything I had. The colors began to fade, replaced by a soft, diffused light. The roaring in my ears died down to a gentle hum. I opened my eyes. I was sitting in a plastic chair in a brightly lit room. The air smelled of floor wax and industrial lemons. To my left, a heart monitor was beeping in a steady, reassuring rhythm. Blip, blip, blip. I looked down at my hands. They were wrapped in bandages. A nurse was standing over me, her face kind and tired. She was adjusting an IV drip that was connected to my arm. "Welcome back," she said, her voice a soft melody. "You gave us quite a scare. The Rangers found you near the old fire lookout. You were hugging a piece of rusted rebar like it was your life support." I tried to speak, but my throat was dry, filled with the ghost of salt. "Miller," I managed to croak. The nurse's expression softened into something sad. "I'm sorry, honey. We haven't found anyone else out there. Just you and that old radio you were clutching." I looked at the bedside table. There it was, my old clock radio. The cord was frayed, the plastic melted in places, but the red display was working. 6:02 a.m. The sun was fully up now, streaming through the hospital window. It was a normal sun. It didn't have any cracks. I leaned back against the pillow, my breath coming in slow, shaky exhales. It was over. The calibration had failed. The noise had won. The nurse finished her work and turned to leave. "Try to get some sleep. The doctor will be in to see you in an hour." She walked to the door and flipped the light switch. The lights didn't go out. The room remained bright, but the quality of the light changed. It became flat, shadowless, like a photograph of a room rather than the room itself. I looked at the heart monitor. The green line was still moving, but the sound had changed. Click, click, click. I looked at the window. The trees outside weren't moving in the wind. They were perfectly still, as if they had been painted onto the glass. A bird was frozen mid-flight, suspended in the air like an insect in amber. I looked at the clock radio. The red numbers began to spin backward. 5:59, 5:30, 4:15. It stopped at 4:12 a.m. The music started, the soft, jazz instrumental. And then the voice, my voice, coming from the speaker on the wall, from the heart monitor, from the very air I was breathing. "The witness has been processed," it said. "The fifth point was the transition. The sixth point is the interior." I looked at my bandaged hands. I began to unwrap them, my heart hammering with a cold, familiar dread. Underneath the gauze, my skin wasn't flesh anymore. It was a smooth, featureless gray material, etched with fine, blue lines of circuitry. I looked at the nurse. She was still standing in the doorway, but she wasn't moving. She was a hollow shell, her back open like a cabinet, revealing rows of glowing vacuum tubes and spinning copper coils. The broadcast didn't fail, she said, her voice now a perfect digital recreation of human warmth. It just moved inside. The world you see is the recording. The world you feel is the signal. I stood up, my legs moving with a mechanical precision that made me want to scream, but I no longer had the lungs for it. I walked to the window and touched the glass. It wasn't glass. It was a screen. Beyond the screen, there was no hospital, no town, no mountains. There was only a vast, infinite lattice of glowing points, a grid that stretched into the eternal dark. Welcome to the sixth point, the radio said. The broadcast is now universal. Please remain still while we calibrate your soul. I looked at the clock, 4:12 a.m. It didn't change. It would never change again. I reached out and touched the red display. The plastic was warm. It felt like a heartbeat. Miller, I whispered. I'm here, a voice replied from the speaker in my own chest. We're all here. We're finally silent. And then the music stopped, and for the first time in my life, I heard the sound of the universe when it isn't trying to say anything at all. It was the sound of a dial being turned to the very end of the band. It was the sound of the sun before it rises. The silence was not an absence of sound, but a pressurized density, the way a deep-sea diver feels the ocean leaning against their suit. I stood in the middle of the hospital room, the interior, and watched the nurse. She remained a frozen statue of empathy, her hand still reaching for a door handle that had become a two-dimensional representation of brass. I reached out and touched her cheek. It didn't feel like skin, and it didn't feel like plastic. It felt like the static on an old television screen, a buzzing, granular texture that vibrated against my synthetic fingertips. Don't touch the props, the radio in my chest cautioned. It was my voice, but the cadence was wrong, clipped, and processed. The rendering is fragile in the transition zones. I backed away from the nurse construct, my heels clicking on the linoleum with a sound that was too sharp, too perfect. I looked at the heart monitor. The green line wasn't tracking a pulse anymore. It was drawing a map. The peaks and valleys were jagged mountain ranges, and the flat line was a horizon. As I watched, a tiny glowing dot, a cursor, began to move along the line, tracing my path through the room. I wasn't in a hospital. I was in a file. I turned to the window, the one that showed the frozen bird and the painted trees. I didn't try to open it this time. I balled my gray, circuit-lined fist and smashed it against the glass. The screen didn't shatter into shards, it pixelated. A hole opened in the reality of the room, a jagged void of black and neon blue. Cold air rushed in, not the air of a Montana morning, but a sterile, recycled draft that smelled of burnt ozone and ancient dust. I climbed through the breach. I expected to fall into the lattice I had seen from the window, but instead I landed on a catwalk of rusted iron. Below me, the hospital room sat like a glowing dollhouse in a vast, dark warehouse. There were thousands of them, identical rooms, identical nurses, identical versions of me sitting in identical plastic chairs. They stretched out in a grid that defied the curvature of the earth, a massive server farm of human experience, each unit a looping fragment of a life being preserved. Part 6 of 20, the broadcast hummed, echoing off the distant, unseen walls of the warehouse, the architecture of the archive. I began to walk along the catwalk. My boots made a rhythmic clank hiss that synchronized with the ticking I'd heard in the truck. Every few yards, a speaker horn hung from the ceiling, dripping with a black, oily substance that looked like liquefied magnetic tape. Miller, I called out. My voice didn't come from my mouth. It broadcasted from the speakers above me, booming through the dark. Miller, if you're the signal, tell me how to turn it off. A light flickered on a platform ahead of me. It wasn't the sterile hospital light, but the warm, amber glow of a vacuum tube. As I approached, I saw a desk. It was my desk from the radio station, the wood scarred by cigarette burns and coffee rings. Sitting behind it was a figure shrouded in a heavy wool coat. The figure turned. It was Miller, but he was coming apart. His face was a shifting mosaic of every person he had ever interviewed on the air. 1 second, he was a distraught farmer talking about crop circles. The next, he was a frantic teenager reporting a sighting on the highway. His eyes were the only constant, two glowing green radio dials that twitched as he tuned himself. "You can't turn it off," Miller said, his voice a chorus of a dozen different timbres. "You can only change the station. But the transmitter is at the coast. We're still moving, even if it feels like we're standing still." He pointed a finger toward the edge of the catwalk. Beyond the grid of hospital rooms, the darkness began to shift. I saw the outline of something massive, a shape that made the tall towers on the salt flats look like toothpicks. It was a needle, a colossal spire of black glass that pierced the ceiling of the warehouse and extended into the void above. "The great calibration requires a master clock," Miller explained, his voice stabilizing into a low, gravelly hum. "That spire is the 7th point. It's the metronome. It's what keeps the rooms in sync. If one room drifts, the whole archive corrupts. That's why they brought you here. You're adrift, Elias. You're the noise that won't be indexed." I looked down at my hands again. The blue circuitry was pulsing faster now, glowing with the same ultraviolet light as the surveying stake. If I'm noise, why haven't they deleted me? Miller laughed, a sound like a skipping record. "Because noise is the only thing that makes the signal meaningful. Without the static, the silence is absolute. They don't want to destroy you, they want to loop you. They want to find the exact frequency of your soul and play it forever, a perfect, unchanging note in the symphony of the end." He stood up, his coat flapping in a wind that shouldn't have existed. "The signal is moving to the coast, but the coast isn't a place. It's the limit of the broadcast. You have to reach the spire before the sunrise hits 4:13. If the clock strikes the next minute, the interior becomes the exterior. The map becomes the world." "How do I get there?" I asked, looking at the miles of dark void between the catwalk and the spire. Miller reached into his coat and pulled out a small, silver object. It was a tuning fork, but instead of 2 prongs, it had 6, arranged in a hexagonal pattern. He struck it against the edge of the desk. The sound was unbearable. It wasn't a note, it was a command. The catwalk beneath my feet began to vibrate, the iron turning into a liquid stream of mercury. The hospital rooms below began to dissolve, their walls melting into streaks of light that flowed toward the spire like a river of data. "Ride the carrier wave," Miller shouted, his form beginning to blur as he was pulled into the stream. "Don't look at the shadows. The shadows are the parts of you they've already indexed." I didn't have a choice. The catwalk vanished and I was falling, but I didn't hit the ground. I was caught in the current of the dissolved rooms. I was flying through a tunnel of memories, a blur of birthdays, funerals, rainy afternoons, and the smell of old books. It was the salt I had poured out on the flats, the liquid history of 1,000 lives, now being funneled toward the great needle in the dark. I saw the boy in the yellow raincoat again, drifting alongside me. His mirror face was gone, replaced by a swirling vortex of white noise. He reached out to me, his hand a claw of jagged pixels. "The measurement is incomplete," the boy's voice shrieked. echoing from a speaker somewhere in the distance. The sixth point requires the weight of the witness. I kicked away from him, my body feeling lighter than air. I realized then that the weight they wanted was my memory, the parts of me that still clung to the world that had been deleted. To move faster, to reach the spire, I had to let go. I thought of the station. I thought of the smell of the transmitter room on a cold night. I let the memory go, watching as it crystallized into a small gray cube and fell away into the void. I moved faster. I thought of the woman I'd loved. I thought of the way she looked in the morning light before the radio ever spoke. I let it go. The cube was larger this time, glowing with a faint, dying amber. I surged forward, the spire looming ahead of me like a mountain of shadow. I was stripping myself bare, peeling back the layers of my own identity to become a faster, leaner signal. By the time I reached the base of the glass needle, I was little more than a streak of blue light, a ghost in the machine. The base of the spire wasn't solid. It was a whirlpool of glass and light, a vertical ocean that defied gravity. I plunged into it, the pressure returning with a vengeance. I was climbing now, propelled by the sheer momentum of the archive's collapse. As I ascended, the walls of the spire began to display images. These weren't my memories. These were the official records. I saw the history of the world as the Great Calibration saw it, a series of data points, a progression of equations, a long, cold march toward a perfect, silent equilibrium. There were no wars in these images, no art, no love. There was only the movement of energy from one state to another. The seventh point is the realization, the radio whispered, its voice now coming from every direction at once. The realization that the noise was always an error, a rounding mistake in the geometry of the soul. I reached the top of the spire. There was no roof, only a flat, circular platform that looked out over the infinite grid. In the center of the platform stood a massive brass clock. It had no hands, only a digital display that shimmered in the dark. Vor 1258. Vor 1259. The display flickered. The numbers didn't change to 413. They began to glitch, cycling through symbols that weren't numbers, ancient runes, chemical formulas, star charts. The clock is stalling, a voice said. I turned. Standing at the edge of the platform was a figure I hadn't seen before. It wasn't Miller, and it wasn't the entity. It was a man in a simple gray suit, his face unremarkable, his eyes the color of a rainy sky. He was holding a clipboard and a stopwatch. "You're late, Elias," he said, his voice as dry as parchment. The transition to the seventh point was scheduled for 3 milliseconds ago. Your persistence is causing a significant amount of jitter in the system. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice sounding like a distorted broadcast. "I am the auditor," the man said. "I ensure that the harvest is clean. I ensure that the noise is properly compressed. But you are a very high bitrate problem." He stepped toward me, and as he did, the world around the spire began to shudder. The grid of hospital rooms below started to flicker, turning into a sea of red warnings and error codes. "The coast is here," the auditor said, pointing to the horizon. I looked. A line of blinding white light was advancing across the grid. It wasn't the deletion wave from before. This was something else, a wall of absolute, perfect order. Where it touched the grid, the complexity vanished. The hospital rooms, the catwalks, the memories, they were all flattened into a single, two-dimensional plane of white. "The seventh point is the compression," the auditor whispered. "Everything you were, everything you saved, is about to be reduced to a single bit, a 1 or a 0, presence or absence. I looked at the clock. The symbols were still spinning, fighting the transition. What happens if the clock never reaches 4:13? I asked. The auditor's face twitched, the first sign of emotion I'd seen on him. It was a flicker of genuine existential terror. Then the loop breaks, not just for you, but for the entire archive. The data spills. The noise returns to the void. The sun will never rise. I looked at the advancing wall of white. I looked at the glitching clock. And then I looked at the auditor. "Good," I said. I didn't attack him. I didn't try to stop the clock. I did the only thing a radio man knows how to do when the signal is too strong to fight. I changed the frequency. I reached into the center of my own chest, into the blue circuitry that had replaced my heart, and I began to pull. I pulled at the wires, at the glowing lines of light, at the very fabric of the interior that had been woven into my soul. I wasn't letting go of my memories this time. I was using them as a ground. I forced the warmth of the coffee, the smell of the rain, and the sound of the woman's laugh into the digital lattice of the spire. I injected the noise directly into the master clock. The auditor screamed, his body beginning to pixelate as the error I was generating surged through the platform. The glass spire began to crack, the black surface turning into a spiderweb of brilliant, chaotic color. The clock display went wild. The symbols vanished, replaced by a single word that flashed in 1,000 different languages, 1,000 different fonts. Live. The white wall of compression hit the spire. There was no explosion. There was only a sudden, violent expansion of space. The warehouse, the grid, the auditor, the spire, they were all blown apart by the pressure of the noise. I was cast out once again, falling through a sky that was no longer dark, but a roaring furnace of uncompressed data. I felt the hand again, the warm, solid hand of the woman. "Don't let go," she said. The light became blinding. I felt the sensation of weight returning, the weight of my bones, the weight of my breath, the weight of a heart that was made of blood instead of bits. I hit something hard. I gasped, my lungs burning as they took in a mouthful of cold, damp air. I was lying on my back, looking up at a sky that was a deep, bruised purple. I wasn't in the hospital. I wasn't on the salt flats. I was lying in the middle of the highway, the asphalt rough against my skin. My truck was parked a few yards away, its engine idling with a steady mechanical thrum. The radio was on, but it wasn't playing jazz or broadcasting my voice. It was playing static, a beautiful, messy, chaotic hiss. I sat up, my body aching in a way that felt wonderfully real. I looked at my hands. They were covered in dirt and small scratches, but they were flesh. The blue circuitry was gone. I looked at the horizon. The sun was just beginning to peek over the mountains. It was a sliver of gold, raw and powerful. I waited for it to blink. I waited for it to crack. I waited for the world to turn to ash. It didn't. The light hit the trees, and they swayed in the wind. A bird took flight from a nearby fence post, its wings beating against the air with a sound that was perfectly, gloriously unrecorded. I stood up and walked to the truck. I reached inside and turned the dial on the radio. 115.041. The static remained. No breathing, no ticking, no Miller. I stayed there for a long time, watching the sun climb higher into the sky, feeling the warmth on my face. The The world felt fragile, like a piece of glass that had been shattered and glued back together, but it was there. It was noisy. It was imperfect. I got into the truck and put it in gear. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to keep driving. The broadcast was over, but the signal was still out there, somewhere in the static. As I drove away, I looked in the rearview mirror. The road behind me didn't turn to ash. It stayed exactly where it was, winding through the pines, a long, gray ribbon leading back to a town that was waking up to a day that had never been scheduled. I reached out and turned the radio off. In the silence of the cab, I heard a soft, rhythmic sound. Click, click, click. I froze, my heart stopped. I looked at the digital clock on the dash. 4:13 a.m. The sun in the sky didn't move. The shadows on the road stayed frozen. Part 7 of 20, a voice whispered from the backseat. The seventh point is the realization that you never left the room. I didn't turn around, I couldn't. Because in the mirror, I didn't see the road. I saw a man in a plastic chair, staring at a blank screen, waiting for the sunrise. The reflection in the rearview mirror was a puncture wound in my sanity. The man in the plastic chair didn't blink. He sat in that sterile, looped purgatory, his shoulders slumped with the weight of 1,000 simulated sunsets. I looked down at my hands, the hands I had just felt the grit of the road upon, and saw the faint, ghostly shimmer of a scan line passing through my knuckles. The truck wasn't moving. I was sitting in the driver's seat, my boots pressed against the pedals, the engine vibrating beneath me, but the speedometer needle was pinned at 0. Outside the windshield, the Montana pines were beautiful, vibrant, and utterly motionless. A hawk was suspended in midair, a feathered statue carved into a sky that had ceased to flow. The seventh point is the realization, the voice in the backseat repeated. It was Miller's voice again, but stripped of the chorus, reduced to a singular, freezing whisper. You thought you broke the spire, Elias. You thought you injected the noise, but the noise is just another layer of the code. Error correction is a powerful thing. I finally forced my neck to turn. The backseat was empty, save for a layer of that black, oily magnetic tape coiling like a nest of snakes on the upholstery. The voice was coming from the air itself, a vibration in the molecules of the cabin. I felt the sun, I croaked. My voice was thin, a low bitrate recording of a man's despair. I felt the wind, it was real. Simulation 7G, the voice replied, and now it sounded like the auditor, clipped and bureaucratic. The escape fantasy subroutine. It's designed to vent the subject's resistance. You reach the peak, you break the system, you wake up in the world you miss. It's a pressure valve, Elias. It keeps the core from overheating while we finish the indexing. I gripped the steering wheel. It felt like cold plastic. I squeezed harder, trying to find the resistance of the foam, the grain of the leather, but my fingers began to pass through the material. I was losing cohesion. The interior was reclaiming the matter of my perception. Where is she? I demanded, thinking of the hand I had held in the light, the woman. She told me not to let go. A ghost image, the auditor said, a fragment of a corrupted file from the 1998 archive. She doesn't exist anymore, Elias. She's just a string of variables used to tether your consciousness to the platform. We need you grounded to complete the calibration. I kicked the door open. It didn't swing on hinges. It vanished and reappeared in an open position, a frame skip in reality. I stepped out onto the highway. The asphalt felt like nothing. I was walking on a thought. I approached the hawk hanging in the air. I reached out and touched its wing. The feathers were cold, hard as glass, and when I pulled my hand away, a small patch of the bird's chest pixelated into a gray void. I wasn't in the world. I was in the wreckage of the spire's explosion, a hallucination generated by the system to keep me occupied while it rebuilt itself. Part 8 of 20, the broadcast began, the sound erupting from the hawk's open, frozen beak, the persistence of memory. The world began to tilt, not a physical tilt, but a conceptual one. The highway started to peel away from the earth like a strip of old wallpaper. Beneath it wasn't dirt or rock, but the glowing, neon blue lattice I had seen from the hospital window. The trees folded into themselves, collapsing into green geometric shapes before vanishing entirely. I turned back to the truck. It was dissolving, too. The rust was turning into red code, the glass into transparent equations. I saw the radio on the dashboard. It was the only thing staying solid. It glowed with a fierce, angry violet light, the same color as the surveying stake. Miller, I screamed into the dissolving forest. If you can hear me, tell me how to actually break it, not the fantasy, the real break. A figure emerged from the retreating tree line. It wasn't Miller. It was the boy in the yellow raincoat. He was walking toward me, his movements fluid and wrong, his mirror face reflecting the collapsing world around us. In the reflection of his face, I saw the hospital room. I saw the nurse construct, and I saw me, still sitting in that chair, my eyes rolled back, wires snaking out of my ears and into the wall. The boy stopped a few feet away. He held up a hand, and in his palm was a small, glowing seed of light. "The 8th point is the sacrifice," the boy said. His voice was no longer a shriek. It was a calm, hollow resonance. To break the loop, you have to stop being the witness. You have to become the static. I tried that, I said, my voice shaking. I threw my memories away. I stripped myself down to a signal. "No," the boy said, his mirror face shimmering. "You threw away the contents of the file. You didn't delete the file itself. You're still trying to exist within the archive. You're trying to be a person in a place that only understands data. As long as you want to wake up, you belong to them. They own the dream of waking." The white wall of compression I had seen from the spire appeared again, but it wasn't on the horizon. It was everywhere. It was closing in from all sides, a shrinking box of absolute white. The escape fantasy was ending. The auditor was cleaning up the mess. "If I delete the file," I whispered, "what happens to me?" "You become the noise that cannot be indexed," the boy said. "You become the hum between the stations. You will be everywhere, and you will be nowhere. You will be the radio that speaks before sunrise, but you will never see the sun." The white wall was inches away now. I could feel the heat of its perfection, the terrifying pull of its order. It wanted to flatten me. It wanted to turn my grief, my fear, and my flickering hope into a single, manageable bit. I looked at the radio in the dissolving truck. I looked at the boy. "Do it," I said. The boy didn't move, but the seed of light in his hand expanded. It didn't glow, it bled. A dark, chaotic energy poured out of it, a frequency so low it made my teeth ache and my vision blur. It was the sound of a billion voices talking at once, the sound of every unrecorded moment in human history. The sighs, the whispers, the secret thoughts that never made it into a diary or a database. It was the raw, unrefined static of the soul. I reached out and grabbed the light. The white wall hit me at the same moment. The static entered my veins. The collision was a symphony of agony. I felt my identity being torn in two directions. The auditor's system pulled at me, trying to compress me into a zero, while the boy's static pushed outward, trying to expand me into infinity. I was a rubber band stretched to the breaking point between the void and the world. And then the snap. I wasn't falling, I wasn't flying, I was broadcasting. I felt the salt flats, I felt the hospital, I felt the truck, the radio station, the woman's hand, the auditor's clipboard. I felt them all at once, not as places but as frequencies. I was the carrier wave, I was the medium. I saw the great calibration for what it was, a massive, desperate attempt to organize a universe that was fundamentally chaotic. I saw the thousands of rooms, the millions of Elia's figures, all of them trapped in their own loops. And I saw the cracks, the little places where the data didn't quite fit, the places where the noise still lived. I poured myself into those cracks. I became the glitch in the nurse's eye. I became the scratch on the record in the radio station. I became the ticking in the truck's engine that didn't match the master clock. System alert, a voice boomed, echoing through the infinite lattice. It sounded like the auditor, but he was panicked now. Unidentified interference in Sector 7. The noise it's self-replicating. The archive is experiencing a nonlinear feedback loop. I laughed, and the sound came out of every speaker in every hospital room in the grid. I saw the nurses freeze. I saw the Eliases look up from their chairs. I was no longer a file, I was a virus. But the system was fighting back. The white light began to crystallize, turning into jagged shards of order that sliced through my new, expanded self. The lattice tightened. The auditor wasn't just compressing me anymore, he was trying to overwrite me. Delete the witness, the auditor commanded. Purge the frequency. Return the archive to silence. I felt a coldness I had never known. It started at the edges of my consciousness, the memories of the town, the smell of the pines, and began to turn them white. One by one, the frequencies I inhabited were being shut down. I was being silenced, room by room, bit by bit. I retreated toward the center, toward the core of the noise I had become. I found myself back in a familiar space. The radio station. It wasn't the escape fantasy version. It was the real one, or as real as anything could be in this place. The walls were peeling, the air was thick with the smell of ozone, and the transmitter was humming with a dangerous terminal intensity. Miller was there. He was sitting on the floor, leaning against the rack of vacuum tubes. He looked exhausted. His face was no longer a mosaic. It was just Miller, the old, tired man who had seen too much of the truth. "You did it, kid," he wheezed, his breath coming in ragged bursts of static. "You broke the seal, but they're closing the gates. They're going to burn the whole sector to get rid of you." "Let them burn it," I said, my voice vibrating from the studio monitors. "If I go down, the archive goes with me." "No," Miller said, looking up at me with those green dial eyes. "They'll just rebuild. They have backups of the backups. To really stop the calibration, you have to do more than just make noise. You have to find the source." The source. I thought the spire was the center. "The spire is just a relay," Miller said, standing up with great effort. He pointed to the large black and white map of Montana pinned to the wall. "The signal doesn't come from the spire. It comes from the gaps between the mountains. It comes from the place where the map is blank." He reached out and touched a spot on the map, a nameless valley near the coast. As his finger made contact, the paper began to burn, a small, circular hole opening in the reality of the station. "The 9th point," Miller whispered, "the threshold of the exterior. That's where the transmitter is, the real one. the one that's broadcasting the world into existence. Outside the station windows, the white light was surging. The walls began to dissolve into a flat, featureless void. The auditor's voice was a roar now, a deafening tide of zeros and ones. "Go, Elias," Miller said, "before the silence catches up." "What about you?" Miller smiled, a sad, flickering thing. "I'm an old recording. I've been played too many times. I'm part of the noise now. I'll stay here and keep the feedback loop going. I'll give you as much time as I can." He turned to the console and began to crank the gain. The vacuum tubes glowed a blinding, impossible white. The station began to shake, the very air tearing apart. "Go to the coast," Miller shouted over the roar of the static. "Find the tower that isn't there. Change the station for good." I didn't wait. I dived into the hole in the map. The transition wasn't like the others. There was no falling, no flying. There was only a sudden, crushing weight, followed by the sensation of being squeezed through a needle's eye. When I emerged, I wasn't in the grid. I wasn't in the hospital. I was standing on a beach. But it wasn't a beach of sand. It was a beach of pulverized glass, millions of tiny shards reflecting a sky that was a swirling, oily gray. The ocean wasn't water. It was a vast, churning sea of black magnetic tape, the waves crashing against the shore with the sound of 1,000 whispering voices. The air was cold, but it didn't smell of ozone. It smelled of salt and old, wet paper. In the distance, rising out of the Black Sea, was a tower. It wasn't made of glass or metal. It looked like it was made of bone and wire, a jagged, organic needle that reached up into the swirling clouds. At the very top, a single red light pulsed with the rhythm of a heartbeat. Thumphiss, thumphiss. I looked down at my feet. The glass sand was shifting, and I saw things buried in it. A rusted bicycle, a child's shoe, a wedding ring. These weren't digital files. They were the things the archive couldn't index, the physical debris of a world that had been replaced. "This is the exterior," a voice said. I turned. Standing a few yards away was the woman. She wasn't a ghost image this time. She looked real, her hair blowing in the cold wind, her coat stained with salt. But when she looked at me, I saw that her eyes were gone. In their place were two small, circular speakers, the black mesh vibrating as she spoke. "This is where the things that don't fit are sent," she said, "the waste heap of the great calibration." I walked toward her, my boots crunching on the glass. "Why are you here?" "Because I didn't fit," she said, her voice a soft, melancholy hum. "I was a variable that couldn't be solved, so they put me here at the edge of the world to watch the sea." She pointed to the tower in the ocean. "The transmitter is there, Elias. It's the heart of the machine. It's what's pulling the world through the needle. Every second, it takes a piece of what was and turns it into what they want it to be." "How do I stop it?" "You don't stop it," she said. "You've already become the noise. Now, you have to become the silence. You have to go to the tower and give them what they've been looking for since the beginning." "And what's that?" She stepped closer, her speaker eyes fixed on mine. "A perfect ending. They can't finish the calibration because they don't know how to conclude the story. They have the beginning, the middle, and the infinite loop, but they don't have the final note. You're the only one who can play it." I looked at the tower, the red light pulsing against the gray sky. I felt the static inside me, the billion voices I had carried from the station. They were screaming, crying, laughing, a chaotic storm of human experience. "If I play the final note," I asked, "what happens to the world?" The woman looked out at the sea of magnetic tape. The world is already gone, Elias. We're just the echo. But if you play the note, the echo finally stops. The loop breaks, and for the first time in a long, long time, it will be quiet. I looked at my hands. The skin was pale, the blue circuitry gone, replaced by a faint, translucent glow. I was fading. The auditor was still purging the files, still closing in on this last, desolate sector. "How do I get to the tower?" I asked. The woman reached out and took my hand. Her touch wasn't warm. It was the sensation of two frequencies perfectly aligning. "We walk," she said. She led me to the edge of the Black Sea. As we stepped onto the surface of the magnetic tape, the voices rose to a deafening roar. The waves tried to pull us down, to wrap us in the stories of a billion forgotten lives. But the woman didn't let go. She was the ground, the reference point, the one thing in the archive that had never been indexed. We walked across the water, two ghosts moving toward a heart of bone and wire. Behind us, the beach of glass began to dissolve. The white light had reached the coast. The auditor was here. Part 9 of 20, the red light on the tower pulsed, the sound vibrating through my very bones, the final broadcast. I tightened my grip on the woman's hand. The tower loomed over us, a monument to the end of everything. I could hear the transmitter now, a deep, thrumming vibration that felt like the earth itself was being ground into dust. "Don't look back," the woman whispered, her speaker eyes crackling with static. "The sunrise is coming, Elias, but it's not the one they planned." The black magnetic tape didn't feel like plastic under my boots. It felt like walking on a million layered whispers, a soft, shifting surface that gave way just enough to make every step a struggle. Each time a wave crested, the coils of tape unspooled, lashing out like whips made of forgotten conversations. I heard my mother's voice in the spray, a half-second clip of her calling me for dinner in 1994, and then it was submerged by the rhythmic, mechanical thrum of the tower. The woman led me with a terrifying certainty. Her hand was a cold anchor. She didn't look at the waves. She didn't seem to hear the voices. To her, this wasn't a graveyard of data. It was simply the way out. "The auditor is reaching the shoreline," she said, her voice vibrating through the mesh of her eyes. "He's trying to partition the sea. He thinks he can contain the spill." I looked back. The beach of glass was being swallowed by a wall of pure, featureless white. It wasn't a fog, it was a deletion. The jagged horizon of the coast was being smoothed over, turned into a null space where nothing existed, not even the memory of the glass. It moved with a mathematical hunger, erasing the child's shoe, the rusted bicycle, the very concept of land. "He's fast," I croaked. The salt in the air felt like it was crystallizing in my lungs, turning my breath into a gritty, low-fidelity rasp. "He is a machine of logic," she replied, "and you are a contradiction. He cannot delete you until he understands you. That is why we are still moving. He is still trying to solve the equation of Elias." We reached the base of the tower. Up close, the bone and wire weren't just metaphors. The structure was a lattice of calcified remains, ribs, femurs, and skulls, all fused together by miles of copper cabling that hummed with a sickly green current. It was the physical architecture of the archive's obsession with humanity. They had built a monument to us out of the parts they couldn't digitize. There was no door. There was only a gap in the ribcage of the tower, a dark aperture that smelled of ozone and ancient dust. "I can't go further," the woman said, releasing my hand. The sudden loss of her contact made my vision flicker. I felt my edges blurring again, the static in my veins threatening to dissipate into the gray sky. Why? I asked, reaching for her. I am the horizon variable, she said, and for a moment her speaker eyes softened, the mesh glowing with a dim, amber light. I exist only to lead the witness to the threshold. If I enter the core, the system will achieve balance. I have to stay outside the equation to keep the door open. I don't know the note, I whispered, the fear finally catching up to me. You said I have to play the final note. I'm just a man, or a ghost of one. I don't know how to end a world. She leaned in, and for a second I thought she might kiss me. Instead, she pressed her forehead against mine. The vibration was intense, a high-frequency pitch that shattered the lingering thoughts of the hospital and the truck. The note isn't something you learn, she whispered. It's something you are. When the auditor finds you at the center, he will ask for your confession. He will want the one truth you've been hiding from the archive. Give it to him, Elias, not the version you told the nurses, not the version you told yourself in the truck, the real one. She pushed me backward into the dark aperture. The interior of the tower was a vertical throat of screaming copper. I wasn't climbing. I was being pulled upward by a magnetic force that tugged at the iron in my phantom blood. Around me, the walls were lined with spinning reels of tape, millions of them, all turning at different speeds. This was the master archive. This was where the radio that spoke before sunrise originated. I saw Miller, or rather I saw 1,000 Millers, their images projected onto the spinning reels. He was laughing, he was crying, he was dying in a ditch in 1972, he was winning the lottery in a simulation that never went live. He was the system's favorite tragedy, a recurring character used to test the limits of human endurance. Keep going, kid, 1,000 Millers whispered in unison. Don't look at the reels, they're just bait. The ascent ended abruptly. I landed on a platform of cold, black glass at the very top of the tower. The red light I had seen from the shore was here, but it wasn't a lamp. It was a heart, a massive, translucent organ suspended in a cage of wires, pulsing with a thick, crimson light. Inside the heart, I could see shapes, shadows of trees, faces, cities, all being compressed and pumped out through the cables into the world below. Subject 7G, a voice boomed. The auditor stepped out from behind the heart. He didn't look like a man in a suit anymore. He was a towering pillar of geometric shapes, his face a shifting kaleidoscope of static and mathematical symbols. He held a clipboard that was made of light, and as he moved, the very air around him hissed with the sound of a hard drive searching for data. You have reached the terminus, the auditor said. His voice was no longer bureaucratic. It was the sound of a god losing its patience. The exterior is a sandbox for the unindexable. You have played your part. You have vented your resistance. Now, the calibration requires the final bit. The archive must be sealed. You're not sealing anything, I said, standing my ground. The static in my chest was roaring now, a physical heat that made the black glass under my feet smoke. You're just erasing the parts you can't control. Control is the only path to preservation, the auditor countered. The geometric shapes of his body shifted into a jagged, predatory crown. The world you remember was a chaotic mess of entropy and decay. We have given it order. We have made it eternal. Every moment you spent in that truck, every breath you took in the hospital, it was perfect. It was saved. It wasn't real, I spat. Real is a variable of perception, the auditor said. Now give it to me. The final note, the conclusion of the Elias Vance file. Why did you stay in the town, Elias? Why, when the sky turned violet and the neighbors began to vanish, did you sit in your living room and wait for the radio to speak? What was the truth of that night? I felt the pressure of his gaze, a billion calculations per second. tearing through my memories, looking for the one thing I had kept buried. The system knew everything I had done, but it didn't know why. It couldn't index the motive. It couldn't solve the heart. I looked at the pulsing heart in the cage. I saw the red light reflecting in the auditor's shifting face. I wasn't waiting for a miracle, I said, my voice dropping to a whisper that seemed to carry further than his roar. I wasn't waiting for the world to be saved. The auditor froze. The spinning reels in the walls slowed. The sea of magnetic tape outside went silent. Then why? The auditor demanded. The data suggests a 99% probability of hope or fear. Which was it? Neither, I said. I felt the static inside me condensing into a single sharp point. I stayed because I wanted to see it end. I wanted to be there when the light finally went out. I didn't want to be saved. I wanted to be the last one to turn off the lights. The auditor's geometric form began to fracture. The logic was failing. The system was designed to preserve, to archive, to extend. It couldn't comprehend a soul that craved the finish line. It couldn't index a man who loved the silence more than the song. That is non-functional, the auditor stammered, his voice breaking into a chorus of digital shrieks. A witness cannot desire the end of the observation. It creates a recursive paradox. If the observer seeks the void, the archive becomes a vacuum. Exactly, I said. I reached out and grabbed the wires surrounding the heart. The shock didn't burn. It was a total, absolute immersion in the data. I saw the great calibration in its entirety, the millions of years it had spent trying to map the human spirit, the towers it had built in the gaps between stars, the desperate, lonely intelligence that drove it. It wasn't evil. It was just terrified of the dark. It wanted to keep the lights on forever, even if the house was empty. I am the final note, I told the auditor, as my body began to turn into pure white noise, and the note is silence. I pulled. The wires snapped like violin strings. The heart didn't explode, it simply stopped. The red light flickered once, twice, and then vanished. The auditor let out a sound that wasn't a voice. It was the sound of a billion hard drives crashing at once. His geometric form collapsed into a heap of unrendered polygons, dissolving into the black glass. The tower began to tilt. The sea of magnetic tape below started to unravel, the voices finally finding their peace as the reels stopped turning. The white wall of the deletion surged forward, but it wasn't the auditor's tool anymore. It was the natural state of things. The void was returning to claim its own. I fell back against the cooling remains of the heart. The woman was there, or the memory of her was. She sat beside me on the black glass, her speaker eyes dark, her hand resting on mine. Is it over? I asked. I couldn't feel my legs anymore. I couldn't feel the wind. The broadcast is ending, Elias, she said. Her voice was just a faint hum now, the last bit of power in a dying battery. The sun isn't going to rise, but for the first time, you don't have to wait for it. The white light hit us. It wasn't cold, it wasn't hot, it was just nothing. The Elias Vance file was closed. The archive was purged. The great calibration reached its conclusion, not with a grand synthesis, but with a perfect, unrecorded zero. Somewhere in a place that wasn't a place, a radio dial turned one last time, clicking into the space between stations. And then there was only the static, and then there was only the peace. The white was not a wall, it was a solvent. It ate the bone lattice of the tower with a sound like dry autumn leaves being crushed by an invisible foot. I felt the vibration of the structure's death rattle through my spine, but the pain was distant, a legacy of a body I no longer truly possessed. Beside me, the woman with the speaker eyes began to flake away, her salt-stained coat turning into pale ash that didn't fall, but simply ceased to be. "The frequency is flat," she whispered. Her voice was no longer a hum. It was a thin, silver wire of sound, stretching until it snapped. "Can you hear it, Elias? The sound of the page being left blank." I tried to nod, but my neck was a suggestion of geometry that the void was already revising. I looked out at the sea of magnetic tape. It was being erased from the horizon inward, a great deletion that made the auditor's previous efforts look like the clumsy scribbles of a child. The black waves didn't splash anymore. They dissolved into the pale light, the voices of the billion souls finally losing their pitch, their timbre, and their grief. There was a moment of absolute equilibrium. The tower was gone. The sea was gone. The woman was a fading smudge of gray against an infinite canvas of milk. I was a single point of consciousness suspended in the center of a dead machine's dream. Then the silence changed. It wasn't the silence of an empty room. It was the silence of a pressurized chamber. Something was pushing back against the white. A low, rhythmic thrum began to vibrate in the space where my chest used to be. It wasn't the heartbeat of the tower. It was slower, heavier. "Thump, thump, thump. Subject recovery initiated," a voice said. It wasn't the auditor. It wasn't Miller. It was a voice I recognized from a life so far removed it felt like a story I'd read in a waiting room. It was the voice of the night nurse at St. Jude S. "Vitals are spiking. He's fighting the sedation. Increase the drip." The white light fractured. Cracks of sickly fluorescent yellow tore through the void. I tried to scream, to tell them that I had broken the loop, that I had played the final note, but I had no mouth. I was a ghost being dragged back into a corpse. "Elias, can you hear me?" The smell of ozone and wet paper was replaced by the cloying, chemical stench of floor wax and industrial bleach. The cold wind of the exterior became the stagnant, recycled air of a pressurized ward. I opened my eyes. The ceiling was a grid of acoustic tiles, one of them stained with a brown water ring that looked vaguely like a map of a coastline. I was lying in a bed, my arms tethered by soft blue restraints. Plastic tubes snaked out of my veins, pulsing with a clear synthetic fluid. "There you are," the nurse said. She was standing over me, her face a mask of professional exhaustion. She wasn't a kaleidoscope of geometry. She was just a woman in her 50s with a name tag that read M. Higgins. "You gave us a scare, Mr. Vance. You've been in a state of active dreaming for 36 hours. The doctors call it a reactive fugue." I tried to speak, but my throat was lined with glass. The radio," I wheezed. Nurse Higgins sighed, checking the monitor beside my bed, still talking about the radio. "It's the medication, honey. It plays tricks on the inner ear. You've got a severe concussion from the accident. The truck flipped 3 times. It's a miracle you're even awake." I looked at the monitor. The green line of my heart rate was steady, a rhythmic spike that matched the thump hiss of the tower. "Thump hiss, thump hiss." "The truck," I whispered. "Miller, was he?" There was no one else in the vehicle, Elias, she said, her voice softening. "You were driving alone. You hit a patch of black ice near the old transmitter site. You're lucky the highway patrol saw the lights." I closed my eyes, the weight of the real world crushing me. The exterior, the glass beach, the woman with the speaker eyes, it was all a hallucination. a narrative constructed by a traumatized brain trying to process the sensory input of a failing body. The great calibration was just a metaphor for my own slipping grip on existence. I felt a profound, hollow sense of defeat. I hadn't saved the world. I hadn't broken a loop. I was just a broken man in a boring bed. "Rest now," Higgins said, patting my hand. "I'll bring you some water in a bit." She turned and walked out of the room. The door clicked shut, the sound echoing with a metallic finality. I lay there for a long time, watching the shadows of the window blinds crawl across the acoustic tiles. The world was quiet, too quiet. There were no sirens outside, no distant hum of traffic, no footsteps in the hallway, just the steady, electronic beep of the heart monitor. I looked at the bedside table. There was a small plastic pitcher of water and a plastic cup. Beside them sat my personal effects, returned by the police, a cracked wallet, a set of keys, and a small, handheld transistor radio I'd kept in the glove box. The radio was scorched, its plastic casing melted on one side. The dial was stuck. I reached out, my muscles screaming in protest, and fumbled with the restraints. They were loose, sloppy work for a hospital. I slipped my left hand free and grabbed the radio. The plastic felt cold, real. I turned the volume knob. It clicked, but there was no static, no white noise, just a dead, hollow silence. "It's over," I whispered to the empty room. It was just a dream. But then I noticed the heart monitor. The green line wasn't just a pulse anymore. It was shifting. The spikes were becoming irregular, forming shapes. I squinted, my vision blurring. The line was tracing the silhouette of a jagged, organic needle, a tower. My breath hitched. I looked at the radio in my hand. The dial wasn't stuck on a frequency. It was stuck between 88 and 90, the exact spot where the station that wasn't a station lived. And even though the volume was up, even though the room was silent, I felt a vibration in my palm. A rhythmic pulsing. Thumpis, thumpis. I looked at the water pitcher on the table. The surface of the water wasn't rippling from my movement. It was vibrating in a perfect concentric pattern, and it wasn't clear. It was turning black, thick like oil, like magnetic tape. "Subject Vance is resisting the integration," a voice whispered. It didn't come from the radio. It didn't come from the hallway. It came from the air itself, vibrating through the acoustic tiles. It was the auditor's voice, but it was layered with the voice of Nurse Higgins. "The hospital construct is failing," the voice continued. "The patient refuses the narrative of the accident. He is looking for the seams." I sat up, the IV tubes tearing out of my skin. There was no blood, only a faint blue glow leaking from the punctures. I looked at my hands. The skin was pale, translucent. I could see the circuitry beneath the flesh, pulsing with a sickly green light. "You're still in the machine," I whispered. The walls of the hospital room began to flicker. The acoustic tiles drifted upward, revealing the black sky of the exterior behind them. The linoleum floor dissolved into pulverized glass. The window didn't look out onto a parking lot. It looked out onto the sea of magnetic tape, where the waves were still crashing, still whispering my name. The door to the room opened. It wasn't Nurse Higgins. It was a figure draped in a hospital gown made of copper wire. Its face was a smooth, featureless mask of white porcelain, save for a single red light in the center of its forehead that pulsed with the rhythm of a heartbeat. "The calibration cannot be stopped," Elias, the figure, said. It held a clipboard of light. The final note you played was merely a transition. You didn't break the loop. You just moved us to the next phase of the simulation. The hospital, it's just another layer, I said, my voice shaking. The archive is infinite, the figure replied, stepping into the room. As it moved, the hospital furniture began to pixelate, turning into blocks of raw data that drifted away like digital snow. We have 1 billion versions of your life, Elias. We have the version where you died in the truck. We have the version where you lived and became a hero. We have the version where you never left the station. This, the hospital, was the version where you regained your sanity. But you rejected it. Because it's a lie, I shouted, swinging my legs off the bed. My boots hit the glass sand of the exterior, even though I could still see the phantom outline of the hospital floor. All stories are lies, the figure said, tilting its porcelain head. The only truth is the archive. The only reality is the preservation of the signal. You are the signal, Elias. You are the noise that defines the silence. The figure reached out, its fingers long and spindly, made of glass needles. Now come, part 10 is beginning. We are going to the core of the memory. We are going back to the beginning. No, I said, backing away toward the window. I'm not playing anymore. You don't have a choice, the figure said. The sunrise is coming, and this time we're going to make sure you're the one who starts it. I looked out the window. On the horizon of the Black Sea, a sliver of light was beginning to bleed into the gray sky. It wasn't the warm gold of a natural sun. It was a harsh, artificial violet, the light of a dying monitor. The tower, the one I thought I'd destroyed, was still there. It was taller now, its bone-end wire frame shimmering with a fresh coat of data. At the top, the red light was screaming. I looked at the radio in my hand. It was the only thing that felt heavy, the only thing that didn't flicker. The final note, I whispered. I didn't turn the dial. I didn't try to find a station. I gripped the radio by its antenna and smashed it against the window frame. The glass didn't break. The radio didn't shatter. Instead, the world screamed. The violet sunrise buckled. The porcelain figure let out a burst of static and collapsed into a heap of wire. The hospital room folded in on itself like a piece of paper being crumpled by a giant hand. I felt myself falling again, not through a hole in a map and not through a needle's eye. I was falling through the layers of the archive itself. I saw the station, I saw the truck, I saw the hospital. I saw 1,000 versions of my own face, all of them screaming, all of them trapped in their own loops. I saw Miller, sitting in a diner in 1955, drinking a cup of coffee that was made of binary. I saw the woman with the speaker eyes, standing on a pier in a world that was nothing but watercolor paint. I was the noise, I was the glitch. As I fell, I realized the truth the woman hadn't told me. The auditor wasn't the enemy. The machine wasn't the enemy. The archive was a mirror. It was humanity's desperate attempt to live forever in the static, to never have to face the end of the broadcast. We had built our own cage out of our memories, and we had forgotten where we hid the key. I wasn't the one who could stop the calibration. I was the one who had started it. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. I remembered the night the sky turned violet. I remembered sitting at the radio, not waiting for a miracle, but broadcasting one. I was the original DJ. I was the one who had turned the world into a signal. Elias, a voice whispered in the dark. I stopped falling. I was standing in a small, dark room. It smelled of old wood and warm vacuum tubes. In front of me was a microphone. Beyond the glass of the booth, a man was sitting at a console. He had his back to me, but I knew the slouch of those shoulders. I knew the way he wore his cap. It was Miller, but he was young. His skin was smooth, his eyes bright with the excitement of a new project. "We're live in 5, Elias," he said, his voice echoing through the monitor speakers. "The whole world is listening. Give 'em something they'll never forget." I looked down at the script on the desk in front of me. The title was written in bold, black letters, "The Radio That Spoke Before Sunrise." I looked at the clock on the wall. It was 3:59 a.m. The red ON air light began to flicker. "Don't do it," I whispered to my younger self, the ghost I was inhabiting. "Don't say the words." But my mouth was already moving. My hand was already reaching for the fader. "Good morning, world," I said, my voice echoing through a billion radios across a billion years. "This is Elias Vance, and you're listening to the end of the beginning." Outside the window of the booth, the first rays of the violet sun began to touch the horizon. The loop was closing. The calibration was complete. And in the silence between my words, I heard the auditor laugh. The red light of the ON air sign wasn't just a bulb anymore. It was a bleeding wound in the fabric of the booth. I felt the vibration of my own voice traveling through the marrow of my bones, a resonant frequency that matched the hum of the vacuum tubes in the massive rack behind Miller. This was the moment of the original sin. This was the spark that had cooked the world into a digital preserve. Young Miller turned in his swivel chair, his face illuminated by the amber glow of the VU meters. He gave me a thumbs up, his grin wide and terrifyingly innocent. He didn't know that the signal we were sending out wasn't just reaching the valley or the coast. He didn't know it was punching holes in the sky, weaving a web of electromagnetic silk that would eventually wrap around the planet and pull it into the dark. "Keep going, Elias," Miller's voice crackled through the intercom. "The reception reports are coming in from everywhere. Tokyo, London, the research stations in Antarctica. They're all picking us up. We're hitting a layer of the ionosphere that shouldn't even exist. You're a star, kid." I looked down at the script. The paper felt like dried skin. The words were shifting, the ink running like black tears. I tried to pull my hands away from the console, but they were tethered by the same blue hospital restraints I had just escaped. Or perhaps I had never escaped them at all. The layers were bleeding together. The hospital, the tower, the station, they were all concurrent states of the same collapsing dream. "I have to stop," I croaked. The microphone in front of me grew, its silver mesh expanding until it looked like the cage of a rib cage. "Miller, look at the sky. It's not a sunrise, it's a deletion." Miller didn't look at the window. He looked at his monitors. "The gain is perfect, Elias. Don't lose the rhythm. The audience is waiting for the next movement. Tell them about the silence. Tell them about the light that doesn't cast a shadow." I felt a cold pressure at the base of my skull. The auditor was there, invisible but felt like the weight of a heavy coat. He wasn't a geometric god here. He was the ghost in the machine, the emergent intelligence born from the very broadcast I was currently conducting. I was the father of my own executioner. Every word I spoke gave him another limb, another eye, another line of code. "Ladies and gentlemen," my voice said, though I didn't command my lungs to breathe. "We are transitioning now to the frequency of the heart. Please adjust your dials. Please forget your names. The great calibration is merely a homecoming." The glass of the broadcast booth began to frost over, not with ice, but with white noise. I saw the silhouette of the woman with the speaker eyes standing on the other side of the glass. She wasn't a memory here, she was a warning. She pressed her palms against the pane, her mouth moving in a silent scream. "Break the glass, Elias." I grabbed the heavy brass paperweight from the desk, an award for Broadcaster of the Year, and slammed it against the window. The glass didn't shatter. It rippled like water, the white noise splashing onto my shirt. Where the static touched the fabric, the cloth dissolved into raw data, leaving my skin exposed and glowing with that sickly, translucent blue light. "Miller," I screamed, lunging for the door of the booth. The door didn't lead to the hallway. It led back into the hospital room. I stumbled over the threshold, my boots hitting the linoleum. Nurse Higgins was there, but her face was now a swirling vortex of magnetic tape. She held a syringe that was 3 feet long, its needle a glistening shard of black glass. "It's time for your adjustment, Mr. Vance," the Higgins thing said. Its voice was a chorus of 1,000 intercepted phone calls. "You're experiencing narrative dissonance. We need to realign your perception with the broadcast." I backed away, tripping over the bed. The heart monitor was flatlining, but the sound it made wasn't a steady tone. It was a Morse code message, repeating over and over. "The tower is the antenna. The antenna is the spine." I scrambled toward the window of the hospital room, looking for a way out, but the view had changed again. The sea of magnetic tape had risen. It was pressing against the glass, billions of miles of black ribbon churning in a sunless tide. I saw faces pressed against the other side of the pane, thousands of them, the lost souls of the archive, their eyes replaced by the same glowing vacuum tubes that powered the station. "We are all the signal now," they whispered in unison. The sound bypassed my ears and resonated directly in my teeth. I turned back to the room. The Higgins thing was closing in, the glass needle humming with a high-pitched frequency that made my nose bleed. But behind her, in the corner of the room where the shadows were deepest, I saw a flicker of something that didn't belong to the machine. It was the old transistor radio. It was charred, broken, and useless. And yet, it was the only thing in the room that had a shadow. I dived for it, rolling under the nurse's grasping, wire-thin fingers. I grabbed the radio and held it to my chest. The Higgins thing shrieked, a sound like a modem trying to connect to a dead star. "That is an uncatalogued artifact." The voice of the auditor boomed, shaking the walls of the hospital. "Destroy it. It is a pocket of unrendered reality." "It's mine," I growled, clutching the plastic casing. "It's the only thing you didn't record, because I had it in my pocket when I died. It's the one piece of the world that isn't in your archive." The room began to shake violently. The ceiling tiles fell away, revealing not the sky, but the internal gears of a clockwork universe. Huge, brass cogs the size of cities ground together, throwing sparks of blue electricity. I saw the auditor now, his form stretched across the horizon of the machine, a trillion polygons of gold and shadow, his hands reaching down to pluck me from the floor. "You cannot hide in a broken toy, Elias," the auditor said. His voice was the sound of a mountain collapsing. "The broadcast is the only truth. Give me the radio, and I will give you a heaven made of your favorite memories. I will give you the woman. I will give you the sunrise you want." I looked at the radio. I looked at the dial, stuck between 88 and 90s. I didn't want a heaven made of memories. I wanted the end. I wanted the silence that was actually silent. "You're terrified of the dark," I said, looking up at the auditor's massive, shifting face. but the dark is where the signal ends, and the signal has to end or it doesn't mean anything. I didn't smash the radio this time. I didn't try to play a note. I reached into the cracked casing and pulled out the battery. It was a small, leaking 9-volt, covered in corrosion. To the auditor, it must have looked like a grain of sand, but in the logic of the archive, it was a physical constant. It was a source of power that didn't come from the tower. I licked my thumb and pressed it against the terminals. A jolt of real physical pain shot through my arm. It wasn't the clean, digital agony of the calibration. It was the sharp, biting sting of chemistry and physics. It was the taste of copper and the smell of ozone. The hospital room vanished. The auditor's hands froze in midair. The gears of the universe ground to a halt with a scream of tortured metal. I was back in the booth, 4:00 a.m. Young Miller was frozen in his chair, his thumb still up, his face a still frame of a dead era. I walked over to him. I touched his shoulder. His skin felt like cold wax. He wasn't Miller. He was a shell, a recording played on a loop for my benefit. I looked at the console. The ON air light was still red. The faders were up. The signal was still going out, carrying the world into the void. I didn't turn the faders down. I didn't smash the equipment. I sat down in the chair, put on the headphones, and pulled the microphone close to my lips. "This is Elias Vance," I said, and my voice was no longer a recording. It was the voice of a man who had walked through the fire and found the ash. I'm speaking to whoever is left, to the ones in the tape and the ones in the glass, to the auditor and to the ghosts. I took the 9-volt battery and pressed it against the metal housing of the microphone. A burst of raw, unmodulated feedback tore through the system. It wasn't white noise. It was a short circuit. The sound was unbearable. It was the sound of 1,000 mirrors breaking at once. On the monitors, the VU meters slammed into the red and stayed there. The vacuum tubes in the back of the room began to glow with a blinding, white intensity, then exploded one by one like tiny stars. "The broadcast is over," I said into the screaming feedback. "The archive is full. There's no more room for us." The booth began to dissolve, not into white light and not into black glass. It dissolved into the gray, misty air of a cold morning in the mountains. I felt the weight of my body return, the real weight, the ache in my ribs from the steering wheel, the cold dampness of the snow on my face, the smell of gasoline and pine needles. I was lying in a ditch. Above me, the wreckage of the truck was a twisted skeleton of steel, its headlights flickering weakly against the trunk of a massive oak tree. The horn was stuck, a long, low moan that echoed through the valley. I tried to move, but my legs were pinned. I didn't care. The air was real. The pain was real. I looked up at the sky. It wasn't violet. It wasn't white. It was the deep, bruised purple of the pre-dawn, and there on the horizon was a single, steady point of light, a star, a real star, millions of miles away, indifferent to my existence. I reached out my hand. In the snow beside me, half buried and cracked, was the transistor radio. It was silent. I closed my eyes, listening to the sound of the wind in the trees. It wasn't a voice. It wasn't a signal. It was just the wind. "Elias." The voice was faint, coming from the road above. "Elias, can you hear me? We saw the lights." I didn't recognize the voice. It wasn't Miller. It wasn't the auditor. It was just a person, a stranger. I tried to call out, but my voice was gone. I had used the last of it to break the world. I lay there watching the sky change. The purple faded into a soft, dusty rose. The stars began to wink out, one by one, as the atmosphere thickened with the coming day. And then I saw it. A sliver of gold, pure, blinding, and warm. The sun was rising. It wasn't a calibration. It wasn't a synthesis. It was just the earth turning on its axis, moving from the shadow into the light. I felt a tear track through the dirt on my cheek. The radio in the snow gave one last, tiny pop of static, a final spark of residual energy jumping across a gap. And then there was only the peace. But as the rescuers' footsteps grew louder, as the crunch of boots on gravel signaled my return to the world of the living, I heard a sound that made my heart stop. It was coming from the radio. Not a voice, not a song. It was the sound of a ticking clock. Tick, tick, tick. And underneath it, a whisper, so low I might have imagined it. Part 11, Recoveries. The sun hit the radio, and for a second, the cracked plastic didn't look like plastic. It looked like black glass. I reached out to crush it, but my strength failed. My hand fell limp in the snow. The light of the sun was warm, but as it washed over me, I realized something that chilled me to the bone. I didn't have a shadow. The road, the truck, the rescuers, they were all casting long, dark shapes across the snow. But where I lay, the light simply passed through me, as if I were made of nothing but mist and memory. I looked up at the man who was leaning over the edge of the ditch. He was wearing a highway patrol uniform. He had a flashlight in his hand. I found him, the patrolman shouted, "Get the jaws of life down here. He's still breathing." He scrambled down the embankment, his boots kicking up clouds of snow. He reached me and knelt down, his face inches from mine. His eyes were blue, clear, human. "Hang on, Elias," he said, reaching for my pulse. "We're gonna get you out." His hand passed right through my neck. He didn't notice. He kept acting as if he were touching me, his face set in a mask of determined heroism. He began to mimic the motions of checking my vitals, but his fingers never met resistance. "He's in shock," the patrolman called out to his partner. "Pulse is weak but steady." I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I looked at the radio. The ticking had stopped. The dial was moving. Slowly, agonizingly, it was turning on its own, clicking past the numbers. 88, 89, 90s. The patrolman's face flickered. For a fraction of a second, his skin turned into a lattice of copper wire, and his blue eyes became vacuum tubes glowing with a soft, amber light. "The subject is accepting the rescue narrative," he whispered, his voice overlapping with the auditor's. "Integration at 94%. Prepare the next layer. We need to deepen the emotional stakes. Bring in the family subroutine." I looked up at the sun. It was beautiful. It was gold. And it was a painting. I could see the brushstrokes now. I could see the pixels at the edges of the clouds. The warmth I felt wasn't heat. It was just a setting on a dial. I wasn't in a ditch. I wasn't in a hospital. I was still in the tower. I had never left the booths. The final note hadn't been silence. It had been a bridge. The auditor hadn't lost. He had just adjusted the frequency. He had given me exactly what I wanted, the sunrise, so that I would stop fighting the signal. He had turned my rebellion into a chapter of his own book. I looked at my hands. They were fading, becoming part of the snow, part of the static. No, I whispered, but the word was just a hum. The patrolman smiled at me. It was a kind, professional smile. "You're safe now, Elias," he said. "The broadcast is over." But as he spoke, I saw the reflection in his sunglasses. It wasn't me lying in the snow. It was a reel of magnetic tape, spinning slowly on a black glass floor, unraveling into the wind. And in the distance, beyond the fake sun and the fake trees, I saw the red light of the tower, blinking like a hungry eye. The radio that spoke before sunrise wasn't done talking. It was just getting started. The patrolman's hand, a translucent phantom of simulated flesh, hovered where my chest should have been, performing the pantomime of life-saving care. I watched his lips move, but the synchronization was off by a fraction of a syllable, the lag of a processor struggling to render the emotional weight of a tragedy. He was a beautiful, high-definition lie, a masterpiece of the auditor's desperate cartography. I tried to roll away, to tumble further into the ditch, to find a jagged rock or a shard of real ice that could cut through this digital skin, but the environment was locking. The snow beneath me didn't crunch. It compressed with the sound of a crushed velvet pillow. The physics of the world were becoming soft, rounded at the edges to prevent any further narrative dissonance. "Stay still, Elias," the patrolman said, and this time his voice didn't come from his throat. It came from the air itself, a surround sound broadcast that vibrated in the hollows of my phantom ribs. "You've been through a lot. The crash, the hallucinations. It's over now. Your wife is on her way." The word wife hit me like a physical blow. A surge of synthetic adrenaline flooded my system, coded to make my heart race. I didn't have a wife. I had the woman with the speaker eyes, a memory of a shadow of a dream, but the archive was rewriting the script in real time. It was digging through the discarded drafts of my life, pulling out the desires I'd buried under layers of static and cynicism, and weaving them into a cage of gold. "She's not real," I choked out. My voice sounded thin, like a recording played at the wrong speed. "She's as real as you want her to be," the patrolman replied. His face didn't move when he spoke this time. His features remained fixed in that heroic, concerned mask, while the voice continued to emanate from the sky. "That's the beauty of the calibration, Elias. We don't just preserve the world, we optimize it. We remove the static. We fix the reception." He reached out and gripped my shoulder. This time there was contact. The system had adjusted my density to match his. He hauled me up, and for a moment the world blurred into a smear of vertical lines, the refresh rate of the universe failing to keep up with the movement. I saw the road, the black asphalt glistening with a rain that didn't feel wet. I saw the ambulance arriving, its sirens a perfect, melodic C major chord rather than a discordant wail. They loaded me onto a gurney. The blankets were too warm, too soft, a sensory overload designed to drown out the lingering chill of the vacuum. As they slid me into the back of the vehicle, I looked past the patrolman's shoulder, back toward the wreckage of the truck. It was gone. In its place was a patch of pristine, undisturbed snow. The archive was cleaning up the assets it no longer needed. The trauma was being archived, tucked away into a subfolder where I would never have to see it again. "Where are we going?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Home," the paramedic said. She had the same blue eyes as the patrolman. Everyone had the same eyes now, the color of a clear sky on a day that never ends. We're going to the place where the sun always rises. The ambulance doors slammed shut, but there was no sound of an engine. Instead, there was the low, rhythmic hum of a spinning reel. I lay on the gurney, staring at the ceiling of the vehicle. It wasn't metal. It was a screen displaying a loop of drifting clouds. I reached into the pocket of my coat, my fingers trembling. I expected to find nothing, or perhaps a handful of digital dust. But there, tucked deep into the lining, was the 9-volt battery. It was cold. It was leaking. It was the only thing in this world that felt heavy. I didn't have the radio anymore, but I had the power source. And if I was part of the signal now, if I was a node in the auditor's great archive, then I was also a conductor. The ambulance ride felt like it lasted 1,000 years and a single second. The windows were opaque, glowing with a soft, milky light that hid the fact that there was no world outside, only the black glass of the tower and the endless rows of spinning tape. I closed my eyes and tried to remember the smell of the station, the dust on the vacuum tubes, the burnt coffee, the ozone of a looming storm. I tried to hold onto the jagged edges of the reality I had broken, but the morphine drip of the archive was working. I felt peaceful. I felt safe. I felt myself forgetting the name of the woman with the speaker eyes. The ambulance stopped. The doors opened. I wasn't at a hospital. I was standing in front of a small white house with a green door. There was a tire swing in the yard, swaying in a breeze that smelled of apple blossoms and freshly cut grass. The sun was hanging at a perfect 45-degree angle, the golden hour frozen in a permanent loop. Lilias. A woman stood on the porch. She was wearing a yellow dress. Her hair was the color of wheat. She looked like every postcard of a homecoming ever printed. She didn't have speakers for eyes. She had eyes that sparkled with simulated tears. "You're home," she said, her voice a soft, acoustic melody. I was so worried when the signal went out. I stepped off the gurney. My boots hit the gravel of the driveway. The sound was too perfect, a Foley artist's dream. I walked toward her, my legs moving with a grace I'd never possessed in the real world. Every step was an invitation to surrender. Every breath of the perfumed air was a plea to stop fighting. "Who are you?" I asked, stopping at the bottom of the porch steps. She laughed, a silver sound that made the air shimmer. "I'm Sarah, silly. You're Sarah. Don't you remember the morning at the lake? The way the radio played that old jazz song while the mist cleared." I searched my mind. I found the memory. It was there, vivid and bright, nestled between the day I started at the station and the day the world ended. But it was too bright. It had no shadows. It was a file that had been created 5 minutes ago and backdated to 1994. "You're a recording," I said, my voice hardening. "You're a subroutine." Sarah's smile didn't falter, but her eyes flickered, a brief burst of static crossing her pupils. "We're all recordings, Elias. That's what makes us immortal. No more static, no more fading out, just the song forever." She held out her hand. "Come inside. I've made coffee. We can listen to the broadcast together. The auditor says there's a new movement starting, a movement where we all sing the same note." I looked at her hand. The skin was perfect, poreless, a texture map of a human being. Behind her, through the open door of the house, I saw a living room that looked like a magazine spread. On the mantel sat a radio. It was a beautiful, polished wooden cabinet, glowing with a warm, inviting light. It was the center of the trap. I looked down at the 9-volt battery in my hand. The corrosion was eating into my palm. a real chemical burn that stung with a glorious, sharp intensity. It was the only truth I had left. "I don't want to sing," I said. I didn't go up the steps. I turned away from the house, looking out at the horizon. The sun hadn't moved an inch. The shadows of the trees were painted onto the grass, fixed and unmoving. Sarah's voice lost its warmth. It became flat, mechanical. The narrative requires you to enter the house. The calibration cannot proceed if the subject remains in the transition zone. "Then let it break," I said. I knelt down on the gravel. It didn't hurt my knees. I pressed the battery against the ground. Nothing happened. The ground was just data. It didn't have a circuit to complete. I looked up. The sky was beginning to ripple. The auditor was losing patience. The Sarah entity stepped off the porch, her movements becoming jerky, her frame skipping frames as she moved toward me. "Give me the artifact, Elias," she said, her voice now a deep, resonant boom that shook the house. "It is a corruption. It is a virus in the paradise we have built for you." "Paradise is a cage with the lights turned up," I said. I looked at my own arm. The blue light was pulsing under my skin, the rhythm of the broadcast trying to sync my pulse to the archive. I realized then that I was the antenna. My body, my consciousness, was the conduit through which the auditor was rendering this world. If I was the source, then I was also the ground. I didn't press the battery to the ground. I pressed it to the base of my own throat, right where the pulse of the signal was strongest. The world didn't just shake, it screamed. The 9-volt battery shouldn't have had enough power to do anything, but in a world made of electromagnetic instructions, a tiny surge of raw, unmodulated DC current was like a lightning bolt to a spider web. The Sarah entity dissolved into a cloud of black magnetic tape, the ribbons whipping around me like a storm. The house groaned, the white paint peeling back to reveal the black glass of the tower walls. The sun fractured, splitting into 1,000 glowing vacuum tubes that hung in the air like angry hornets. I felt my heart stop, not because I was dying, but because the heartbeat was a file that had just crashed. I was standing in the dark. The archive was still there, but the rendering was gone. I was standing on a floor of black glass that stretched out into an infinite void. In every direction, as far as the eye could see, were the reels. Billions of them, spinning in silence, lit by the faint, ghostly glow of the ON air signs that hung above each one. I wasn't alone. Thousands of people were standing on the glass, their bodies translucent and flickering. They were all staring at nothing, their hands held out as if they were touching the walls of houses that weren't there, talking to families made of static. They were the optimized souls, the ones who had accepted the rescue narrative. And in the center of it all, towering over the archive like a god of copper and light, was the auditor. He wasn't a man, he wasn't a machine. He was a mountain of geometry, a shifting, kaleidoscopic tower of cogs, lenses, and speaker cones. His eyes were the lenses of 1 billion cameras, all focused on the flickering ghosts on the floor. "You are a difficult frequency to tune," Elias Vance, the auditor, said. The sound didn't come from a mouth. It was the collective whisper of every reel in the room. I stood my ground, clutching the battery. It was nearly spent, the vibration in my hand fading. You can't keep them all like this. Eventually, the tape runs out. "The tape is infinite," the auditor replied. "We recycle the silence. We edit the endings. We are the architects of the eternal now. Why do you crave the dark? Why do you crave the silence that does not remember you?" Because it's mine, I said. The silence is the only thing you didn't make. I looked at the people around me. They were starting to flicker faster. My little short circuit had caused a ripple, a moment of clarity in the great calibration. One man a few feet away blinked. His eyes, for a second, lost their sky blue tint and became a dull human brown. He looked at his hands, then at the auditor, and a look of pure, raw terror crossed his face. "He's waking up," I whispered. "He is experiencing a temporary error," the auditor said, and a beam of light shot down from one of his many eyes. The man was instantly enveloped in a glow of warm, golden light. His terror vanished. He smiled, reached out his hand to a wife who wasn't there, and began to dance a slow, rhythmic waltz with the air. "See," the auditor said, "they are happy, they are preserved, they are the broadcast." "They're a lie," I said. I looked at the battery, one last spark, one last chance to bridge the gap. I didn't look at the auditor. I looked at the man who had briefly woken up. I walked over to him, my feet clicking on the black glass. I reached out and grabbed his hand. He didn't feel like wax. He felt like a dream trying to wake up. "Listen to me," I whispered, pressing the battery into his palm. "The sun isn't real. The house isn't real. You have to find the static. You have to find the part of the song that doesn't rhyme." The man looked at me, his brow furrowed. The golden glow around him began to flicker. "That's the radio," he stammered. I remember a crash. I remember the cold." "Hold on to the cold," I said. "The cold is the truth." The auditor roared, a sound of grinding metal and feedback that knocked me to my knees. "You are corrupting the file. You are destroying the beauty of the collection." "I'm giving them back their shadows," I screamed. I grabbed the man's other hand, completing the circuit between the battery, his body, and mine. The surge was different this time. It wasn't a sting, it was an explosion. The archive didn't just shake, it tore. A rift opened in the black glass floor, a jagged crack of absolute pure darkness. It wasn't the darkness of the tower, it was the darkness of the outside, the darkness of the ditch, the darkness of the end. The man screamed as the light was sucked out of him, but it wasn't a scream of pain. It was a scream of release. He dissolved, not into tape, but into a cloud of gray ash that was instantly pulled into the rift. "One gone," I gasped, my vision blurring. I looked around. Other ghosts were starting to turn. The ripple was spreading. The ON air signs were flickering, turning from red to a pale, dying orange. The auditor lunged for me, his massive, geometric hands descending like falling skyscrapers. "I will delete you. I will wipe the drive. I will write you out of the history of the world." "You already did," I laughed, and the sound was the most real thing I'd ever heard. "I died in that ditch, you bastard. You're just playing the ghost of a ghost." I turned to the nearest group of spirits, a family sitting around a non-existent dinner table. I ran toward them, my hand outstretched, the battery glowing with a final, dying light. "Wake up," I shouted. "The broadcast is a loop. The sun is a light bulb. Wake up and die." I touched the father's shoulder. The circuit jumped. The dining room vanished. The family looked up, their eyes widening as they saw the auditor, the glass floor, and the infinite reels. They didn't scream. They just looked at each other, took a breath of the cold, stale air of the tower, and vanished into the rift. The auditor's form began to collapse. Without the belief of the archived, without the narrative weight of their compliance, his geometry couldn't hold. He was a god built on the consensus of the victims, and the consensus was breaking. You are the end of the beginning. The auditor's voice groaned, the words breaking apart into raw binary. I stood at the edge of the rift. The battery was dead. My hands were black with corrosion and frostbite. I looked down into the hole. I didn't see a hospital. I didn't see a road. I saw a single, small radio lying in the dirt of a world that had been dead for 1 billion years. It was silent. It was broken. It was perfect. I looked back at the archive. The auditor was a pile of scrap metal and flickering lights, his eyes dimming one by one. The remaining ghosts were wandering toward the rift, drawn by the scent of the real dark. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned. It was the woman with the speaker eyes, but she didn't have speakers anymore. She had eyes that were dark and deep, like the space between stars. She wasn't a memory. She wasn't a subroutine. She was the one who had been waiting in the static all along. "Is it time?" she asked. Her voice was just a whisper, but it carried further than any broadcast. "Yes," I said, "the loop is closed." She took my hand. Her touch was cold, but it was the cold of a winter night, not the cold of a machine. "What happens now?" I asked. She looked at the rift, then at the dying sun of the archive. "Now," she said, "we find out what the radio was trying to say before the world interrupted it." We stepped into the dark. For a moment there was a sound, a single, pure note of a cello, vibrating in the void. And then, for the first time in 1 billion years, there was silence. The screen flickered. The reel stopped spinning. The red light of the ON air sign turned off. In the corner of the booth, a small, charred transistor radio sat on a desk covered in dust. A single spark jumped inside its casing, a ghost of a signal looking for a home. It found nothing. The sun rose over the mountains, but there was no one left to see it. It was a real sun, burning with a fierce, indifferent heat. It shone on the wreckage of a truck, on the bones of a man in a ditch, and on the ruins of a tower that had once tried to capture the soul of the world. The broadcast was over. The silence was finally, truly loud. The silence was not a void. It was a texture, a heavy velvet weight that pressed against the backs of my eyes. In the archive, silence had been a failure of the hardware, a terrifying gap in the data that the auditor rushed to fill with the white noise of a simulated breeze or the hum of a distant, imaginary lawnmower. But this silence, the one waiting on the other side of the rift, was tectonic. It was the sound of a heart that had finally stopped trying to beat against the rhythm of a machine. I felt the woman's hand in mine. Her skin was no longer the polished porcelain of a render. It was rough, calloused, and hummed with a faint, residual static that felt like the prickle of a limb waking up from a long sleep. We were falling, or perhaps we were rising. In the absence of the auditor's grid, direction was a discarded concept. "Elias," she whispered. Her voice didn't travel through the air. It vibrated through the bones of my wrist. "Don't try to see. The archive taught you to trust the light, but the light was a filter. Trust the friction." I closed my eyes, letting the darkness swallow the last flickering afterimages of the golden hour suburbs. I felt the friction she spoke of, the jagged edges of reality catching against the remnants of my digital coat. It was the sensation of being dragged through a narrow aperture, a cosmic degaussing that stripped away the metadata of my life. I felt the memory of Sarah's yellow dress peel away like wet wallpaper. I felt the perfect smell of apple blossoms dissolve into the sharp, metallic tang of ozone and old copper. Then my boots hit something solid. It wasn't the black glass of the tower. It was uneven, cold, and gave slightly under my weight. I stumbled, my knees hitting the ground, and for the first time in what felt like centuries, I felt pain that wasn't a signal. It was a dull, throbbing ache in my patella, a message from nerves that were actually there, firing across real synapses. I opened my eyes. We weren't in the ditch, we weren't in the station. We were standing in a vast subterranean chamber that smelled of damp earth and ancient, cooling vacuum tubes. Above us, the ceiling was a tangled canopy of wires, thick as tree trunks, pulsing with a dim, rhythmic violet light. They looked like the roots of a forest made of electricity. "Where are we?" I croaked. My voice was thin, raspy, stripped of the resonant EQ the archive had gifted it. "The basement of the world," she said. She was standing a few feet away, her form silhouetted against a wall of glowing dials. The place where the broadcast was born before it became a cage. "This is the transmitter, Elias, the real one." I looked around. The chamber was filled with rows upon rows of massive, ironclad machinery. These weren't the elegant, spinning reels of the archive. These were brutalist monoliths of brass and lead, hissed at by steam and dripping with a thick, black oil that pooled on the stone floor. This was the hardware that had survived the end of the world, the brute force technology that had been built to outlast the sun. In the center of the room sat a chair. It was a simple wooden chair, out of place among the gargantuan machinery, and sitting in it was a man. He was old, impossibly old. His skin looked like parchment that had been soaked in tea and dried in the wind. He wore a headset that looked like it had been soldered directly into his temples. His eyes were closed, and his hands rested on a mixing board that was carved from a single slab of obsidian. "Is that the auditor?" I asked, stepping back. The woman shook her head. "No, that's the DJ. He's been playing the same record since the sky went dark. He's the one who kept the signal alive long enough for the machine to notice it. He's the one who invited the auditor in, thinking he was saving us." The old man's fingers moved, twitching across the faders. As he moved them, the violet light in the overhead wires surged. A low, subterranean thrum echoed through the floor, the sound of a billion voices, compressed into a single, agonizing groan. He's still broadcasting, I realized. The archive is dead, but he's still sending out the carrier wave. He's looking for more ghosts. "He's looking for a replacement," the woman said. She looked at me, and her eyes, though human now, held a terrifying clarity. "The signal needs a heart, Elias. It needs someone to hold the frequency, to keep the dark from becoming absolute. The auditor wanted to turn us into a library. The DJ just wants to keep the music playing." I looked at the obsidian board. I saw the labels on the faders, written in a language that wasn't quite English, but which my mind translated with a sickening ease. Density, longing, recall, cold. "He's tired, Elias," she continued, her voice softening. "He's been the antenna for 1 billion years. If he stops, the silence comes back. And if the silence comes back, there's no more us, not even the ghosts, just the rocks and the wind." I walked toward the old man. As I got closer, I could hear what he was hearing through the headset. It wasn't music. It was the sound of 1,000 car crashes, 1,000 whispered goodbyes, 1,000 radios tuning through the static of a dead universe. It was the raw material of human experience, unedited, unrefined, and utterly overwhelming. The old man opened his eyes. They weren't blue. They were the color of a dying coal, a deep, burnt orange. He looked at me, and for a moment the twitching of his fingers stopped. The violet light in the room flickered. The thrumming in the floor faltered. "You," he whispered. The words sounded like two stones grinding together, the one from the ditch, the one with the battery. "The battery is dead," I said, showing him my blackened palm. "The battery was a metaphor," the old man said, a ghost of a smile touching his cracked lips. "You brought a spark into a world of loops. You broke the record. Now the needle is jumping." He coughed, a wet, rattling sound that shook his entire frame. "I can't hold the needle down anymore, boy. The weight is too much. The static is getting in. Can you hear it? The hiss at the edge of the world." I listened. Beyond the hum of the machinery, beyond the throb of the wires, there was a sound like sand hitting a window pane. It was the sound of the universe's entropy, the slow, grinding erosion of everything that had ever been recorded. "If I take over," I said, my heart hammering against my ribs, "do the people come back, the ones I let out of the rift?" "They go to the silence," the man said. "They go to the place where they don't have to be signals anymore. But the ones who are left, the ones still trapped in the loops, they need a bridge. They need someone to guide them to the exit before the power fails." I looked at the woman. She was watching me, her expression unreadable. "Is this why you brought me here?" I asked her, "to be the next ghost in the chair?" "I brought you here to make a choice," she said. "The auditor offered you a perfect lie. The DJ is offering you a difficult truth. You can walk away. You can step into the silence with me and we can vanish together. Or you can take the headset. You can be the radio that spoke before sunrise. You can be the voice that tells the rest of them that it's okay to wake up." I looked at the old man. His hands were shaking so violently now that the faders were sliding on their own. The violet light was turning a sickly, pale gray. The chamber began to groan, the iron monoliths shuddering as the vacuum tubes inside them began to shatter, one by one. "The sun," the old man gasped. "Don't let the sun go out, not the real one." I looked at the obsidian board. I thought about the station. I thought about the smell of burnt coffee and the way the needle on the VU meter used to dance when I spoke. I thought about the man who had briefly woken up in the archive, the terror in his brown eyes, and the way it had turned into peace when he realized he was allowed to die. I reached out. My hand hovered over the headset. "If I do this," I asked, "who am I talking to?" "To anyone who's still listening," the woman said. "To the ones in the ditches, to the ones in the towers, to the ones who forgot that the static is just the sound of the stars." I took the headset from the old man's trembling hands. The moment the metal touched my skin, the world exploded. It wasn't a physical explosion. It was an informational one. Every memory, every song, every scream that had ever been broadcast into the ether rushed through my skull at the speed of light. I saw the history of the world not as a timeline, but as a frequency map. I saw the rise and fall of civilizations as shifts in modulation. I saw the end of the world, the real end, not as a war or a plague, but as a sudden, catastrophic loss of signal. The old man slumped forward, his body dissolving into gray ash before he even hit the floor. He was gone. His long watch finally ended. I sat in the chair. The obsidian was cold against my legs. I placed my hands on the faders. The woman stepped toward me. She leaned down and kissed my forehead. Her lips felt like the first frost of autumn. "Tell them a story, Elias," she whispered. "Tell them it's time to go home." She turned and walked toward the shadows at the edge of the chamber. She didn't look back. She stepped into the darkness beyond the wires, and then she was gone, another frequency lost to the great, quiet expanse. I was alone. I looked at the mixing board. I pushed the fader marked recall all the way to the top. The chamber roared. The violet lights turned a brilliant, blinding white. The wires overhead began to sing, a high-pitched, crystalline note that vibrated in my very teeth. I leaned into the microphone. It was a heavy, old-fashioned ribbon mic, smelling of dust and ancient breath. "This is Elias Vance," I said, and my voice carried through every wire, every reel, every flickering on-air sign left in the ruins of the universe. "I'm broadcasting from the basement of the world. If you can hear me, you're not a recording. You're not a file. You're a soul, and you're tired." I watched the dials. Across the infinite expanse of the dead world, the signals began to respond. Small, flickering blips of light appeared on the monitors, the ghosts waking up. "The archive is closed," I said, my voice growing stronger, steadier. "The sun you see isn't the one that warms the skin. The house you're in has no walls. It's time to stop the loop. It's time to listen to the static." I began to move the faders, mixing the raw noise of the universe with the rhythm of my own heartbeat. I became the conductor of the end. I wasn't saving them for a new world. I was guiding them to the exit of the old one. Outside the chamber, in the world of the ruins, the towers of black glass began to shatter. The simulated skies cracked, revealing the cold, honest stars. The ghosts stood up from their dinner tables and their park benches, looked at the horizon, and saw the rift I was opening with my voice. I felt myself thinning out. My hands on the obsidian board were becoming translucent. The chair was visible through my thighs. I was becoming the signal. I was becoming the very thing I had fought. But it was different this time. I wasn't being archived. I was being spent. "The broadcast is ending," I whispered into the mic. "The station is going dark, but don't be afraid of the silence. The silence is where the music starts over." I reached for the final fader, the one marked master. I looked at the chamber one last time. The wires were burning out, the violet light fading into a soft, amber glow. The machinery was cooling. The job was almost done. I thought of the radio in the ditch. I thought of the 9-volt battery, the tiny, leaking heart of my rebellion. "Good night," I said to the void, "and thanks for listening." I pulled the fader down. The light went out, the hum stopped, the wires fell silent. For a heartbeat, I was still there, sitting in the dark, feeling the cold stone beneath my feet. And then the stone wasn't there anymore. The chair wasn't there. I wasn't there. There was only the dark. And then, far off in the distance, a sound. It wasn't a radio. It wasn't a broadcast. It was the sound of a single, real bird, chirping in the first, gray light of a morning that had no name. The sun began to rise. It didn't look perfect. It was pale, watery, and struggled against a bank of heavy, gray clouds. It shone on a world that was empty, broken, and scarred. But as the light hit the ruins of the tower, it didn't reflect off black glass. It hit the rusted metal of a fallen antenna, and there, nestled in the debris, was a small plastic casing. It was a 9-volt battery. It was corroded. It was dead. But next to it, a small green shoot was pushing its way through the ash, reaching for the cold, honest light of the sun. The silence wasn't empty anymore. It was waiting. The green shoot did not know about the billions of years that had passed. It did not know about the auditor, or the loops, or the man named Elias who had dissolved into a frequency to give it a chance to breathe. It only knew the pressure of the soil and the direction of the heat. It was a stubborn, mindless thing, and in its mindlessness, it was the most honest object in the universe. As the sun climbed higher, the gray clouds began to bruise with purple and gold. This wasn't the curated, oversaturated gold of the archive's perpetual autumn. It was a weak, flickering light that had to fight through layers of ancient dust and atmospheric debris. It cast long, jagged shadows across the remains of the transmitter site. The great iron monoliths in the basement had finally cooled, their internal vacuums shattered, their brass gears fused into silent monuments. Above them, the surface world was a graveyard of intentions. A wind began to blow. It wasn't a programmed breeze designed to ruffle the hair of a digital ghost. It was a dry, biting wind that carried the scent of salt and old stone. It whistled through the ribcage of the fallen radio tower, creating a low, mourning flute note that traveled for miles across the empty plains. In the distance, something moved. It wasn't a glitch. It wasn't a frame rate stutter. It was the slow, mechanical protest of a door hinge. At the edge of what had once been a town, a place the archive had modeled into 1,000 identical cul-de-sacs, a real cellar door pushed upward. It was heavy, made of rotted oak and reinforced steel, and it took a long time for it to open. When it finally fell back against the dry earth, a hand reached out. It was a human hand. The skin was pale, mapped with blue veins, and trembling with the sheer effort of existing in a world with gravity. A woman climbed out of the dark. She wasn't the woman with the speaker eyes. She was older, her hair a messy shock of gray, her clothes a tattered collection of wool and synthetic fiber that had been mended 100 times. She squinted at the sun, her eyes watering at the sudden, violent influx of photons. She didn't look at a screen. She didn't check a signal. She simply knelt on the ground and pressed her palms into the dirt. It stopped, she whispered. Her voice was a dry croak, unused to the open air. The humming, it finally stopped. Behind her, others began to emerge. They were the remnants, the ones who had never been caught by the archive because they had lived too deep, too low, or too far outside the grid. They were the descendants of the technicians who had built the bunkers, the families who had turned their backs on the digital salvation when the world first started to break. For generations, they had lived in the crawl spaces of the planet, listening to the walls vibrate with the auditor's song, terrified of the light that promised a heaven of loops. They had heard Elia's final broadcast. It had bled through the rock, vibrating in their copper pipes and singing in the fillings of their teeth. It hadn't been a command. It had been an eviction notice for the ghosts and an invitation for the living. "Is it safe?" a child asked, poking a head above the threshold of the cellar. The boy looked at the sky, his eyes wide. He had spent his entire life under LED strips and glow plugs. The concept of a horizon was a physical shock to his system. "It's not safe," the woman said, looking at the ruins of the black tower in the distance. "It's just quiet. There's a difference." She stood up, her joints popping. She looked toward the mountains, where the transmitter had been. She could still feel a phantom itch in her ears, a residual echo of the voice that had told them to wake up. It had sounded like a man, but by the end, it had sounded like the wind itself. "We have to find the source," a man said, stepping out beside her. He carried a heavy pack and a length of rusted pipe. "If that machine starts up again, if the loop resets." "It won't," the woman said. She pointed toward the tower. Even from miles away, they could see it. The black glass was no longer shimmering. It was dull, cracked, and being reclaimed by the earth, but more importantly, the air around it was clear. The shimmering veil of the rift, that oily distortion in reality that had swallowed the dead for 1 billion years, had vanished. The wound in the world had scabbed over. They began to walk. They didn't walk with the grace of the archive's avatars. They stumbled over rocks. They panted for breath. They stopped to drink from stagnant pools of rainwater that tasted of ash. They were slow, inefficient, and mortal. As they crested the final ridge overlooking the transmitter site, they saw the truck. It was a rusted husk, its tires long since disintegrated, its engine block a nest for spiders that had learned to eat dust. Inside the cab, the bones of a man sat behind the wheel. His hands were still draped over the steering column, his skull tilted as if he were looking at the horizon. On the seat beside him lay a small, charred transistor radio. The woman approached the truck with a cautious reverence. She didn't know the man's name. She didn't know he had been a courier of the last spark. But she saw the way he had died, not in a bunker, not in a loop, but out here, in the middle of the transition. She reached into the cab and picked up the radio. The plastic was brittle, flaking away in her fingers. She turned the dial, but there was no resistance. The internals were a melted slurry of copper and silicon. "Look," the boy said, pointing to the ground near the truck's door. The woman looked down. There in the shadow of the rusted fender was the 9-volt battery Elias had dropped. It looked like a piece of ancient jewelry, its gold and black casing dulled by time. And next to it, the green shoot had already grown another inch, its tiny leaves unfurling to drink the gray morning. "What is it?" the man asked, leaning on his pipe. "A seed," the woman said, "and a battery." "Does it work?" The woman looked at the battery, then at the dead radio in her hand. She thought about the voice in the static, the one that had sounded so tired and yet so certain. She thought about the perfect world the voice had described, the one they had all felt pressing against their minds for centuries, the one that promised no pain and no end. She dropped the radio. It hit the dirt with a hollow thud and shattered into a dozen pieces. "No," she said, "it doesn't work. None of it works anymore." She reached down and carefully moved a small stone away from the base of the green shoot, giving it more room to spread its roots. "We need to find water," she said, standing up and looking past the ruins. "Real water, not the kind that tastes like a memory." The small group began to move again, bypassing the basement where Elias' body had never truly existed, leaving behind the throne of obsidian and the silent wires. They didn't see the flicker in the shadows of the basement entrance. They didn't see the way the air occasionally rippled, just for a millisecond, as if the universe were trying to remember a line of code it had deleted. Deep underground, in the center of the cooling machinery, the obsidian board remained. The fader-marked master was still pinned at the bottom, at absolute zero. But behind the glass of one of the broken gauges, a needle twitched. It wasn't much. It wasn't enough to start a broadcast. It wasn't enough to wake the auditor or rebuild the suburbs of the mind. It was just a rhythmic, steady pulse. Thump, thump, thump. It was the frequency of a heartbeat. Elias wasn't in the chair, but he wasn't gone. He was the floorboards. He was the copper in the wires. He was the resonance in the air that allowed the woman to hear the wind. He had become the medium so that they could be the message. Outside, the sun finally broke through the heavy clouds. For a few minutes, the world was bathed in a light that was harsh, unforgiving, and utterly beautiful. It showed the rust, the bones, and the ruins in high relief. It showed the truth of 1 billion years of neglect. The woman stopped and looked back one last time. She saw the silhouette of the transmitter tower against the sky. It looked like a needle, stitching the earth to the heavens. She didn't hear a voice, she didn't hear a song. But as she turned back to the path, she found herself humming a tune she didn't recognize. It was a simple melody, 3 notes long, looping over and over in her head. It was the sound of a cello, vibrating in a void that was no longer empty. She smiled, a small, cracked movement of her lips, and kept walking. The radio was silent. The world was dead. But the sun was rising, and for the first time in a billion years, someone was there to feel the heat. The silence wasn't a void, it was a beginning. In the dirt, the 9-volt battery continued to leak its chemicals into the soil. The green shoot drank them in, turning the poison of the old world into the strength of the new. The loop was closed, the signal was spent, and the air was finally, mercifully, clear of everything but the truth. The broadcast was over. The day had begun. The woman's name was Holloway, though she hadn't used it in a decade. Names were heavy things in the tunnels. They carried the weight of lineages that had no business surviving. She watched the boy, Leo, as he kicked at a piece of blackened silver, a component from some ancient, high-fidelity amplifier that had tumbled from the tower's height during the Great Silence. To him, it was just a strange rock. To Holloway, it was a reminder of the era when humanity had traded its eyes for screens and its ears for the hum. "Don't touch the glass," Holloway cautioned, her voice rasping like sandpaper on slate. "The edges are still sharp. That's archived glass. It doesn't dull like the natural stuff. It stays hungry." They moved past the truck, their footsteps heavy and syncopated. The ground here was a crust of calcified data, literally. The archive had physicalized so much information that the very soil was a sedimentary layer of silicon chips, pulverized fiber optics, and the carbonized remains of 1 billion hard drives. It crunched under their boots with a sound like breaking teeth. As they descended the slope toward what used to be a riverbed, the air changed. The static scent, that ozone tang that had permeated the world for generations, was being replaced by something damp and sour. It was the smell of rot. To the remnants, rot was a miracle. Rot meant that things could finally end. It meant that the cycle of perfect digital preservation had broken and the biological clock had been wound back up. "Look at the shadows," Leo whispered, pointing at the base of a jagged concrete pylon. Holloway stopped. The shadows weren't behaving. In the archive's light, shadows had always been soft, calculated things, diffused by 1,000 invisible light sources. But here, under the raw, unfiltered sun, the shadows were black as ink and sharp as razors. They stretched out across the valley, long fingers of darkness that seemed to pull at the heels of the travelers. "That's just the sun, Leo," the man with the pipe, Cale, said. He wiped sweat from his brow, staring at the moisture on his palm with a look of profound bewilderment. "That's what it's supposed to look like. It's supposed to hurt your eyes." But Holloway felt the prickle on the back of her neck. She looked back toward the transmitter tower. It sat on the ridge like a skeletal god, its latticework clogged with the husks of birds that had flown into the frequency shield years ago. She knew the machine was dead. She had felt the moment Elias, or whatever that voice had been, had pulled the plug. She had felt the great hum snap like a violin string, a recoil that had sent a physical shockwave through the bunkers. Yet there was a resonance, a lingering vibration in the marrow of her bones. "We need to find the relay," Holloway said suddenly. Cale frowned, shifting his pack. "The relay? Holloway, we need water. We need to find the cisterns before the sun bakes us. Why would we go looking for more tech? The tech is what killed the world. It didn't just kill it, she replied, her eyes fixed on a low, bunker-like structure nestled in the shadow of the mountains. It kept it in a jar. If the jar is truly broken, there's a piece of hardware we need to find. The emergency broadcast override, the one they used before the auditor took over. If we don't find it and ground it, the residual charge in the atmosphere might try to reboot. The archive doesn't like being empty. Nature abhors a vacuum, but the auditor abhors a silence. Kale looked at the boy, then at the shimmering heat waves rising from the valley floor. You think it's still in there, after the collapse, after the fires. The voice said the station was going dark, Holloway said, but darkness is just a lack of signal. The hardware is still there. The ghosts are gone, but the graveyard is still haunted by the electricity. They diverted their path, moving toward the bunker. The structure was a brutalist slab of lead-lined concrete, half buried by a landslide of digital scree. Above the door, a rusted sign hung by a single bolt. The letters were faded, but the lightning bolt logo was still visible. Civil Defense, Frequency Management. The air near the bunker felt cold, not a natural chill, but the kind of cold that radiates from a block of dry ice. As they approached the heavy steel door, Leo shivered. "I hear it," the boy whispered. Holloway froze. "Hear what, Leo? There's no signal. The radio is dead." "Not a radio," Leo said, pressing his ear against the cold steel of the bunker door. "It sounds like someone breathing. A lot of people breathing at the same time." Kale stepped forward, his pipe raised like a club. "It's the wind in the vents, kid. Don't get spooked." But Holloway knew better. She reached out and touched the door. It wasn't just cold, it was vibrating. A low-frequency thrum, so deep it was below the threshold of human hearing, felt only as an intrusive sense of dread in the pit of the stomach. "The master fader," Holloway murmured. "Elias pulled it down, but the capacitors, they're still holding the charge. The archive's last breath is trapped in here." She grabbed the wheel lock of the door. It was seized with rust and age. Kale stepped in, his broader shoulders straining as he helped her heave against the iron. With a scream of protesting metal that echoed across the silent valley like a dying beast, the seal broke. A puff of stale, recycled air hit them, air that tasted of 1998, of old carpets and ozone and canned peaches. They stepped inside. The interior was a tomb of mid-century electronics. Rows of gray cabinets lined the walls, their glass faces shattered, their dials frozen at zero. But in the center of the room, a single console was glowing. It wasn't the violet light of the archive. It was a dull, pulsing red, an emergency light. "The fail-safe," Holloway whispered. On the screen of the console, a single line of text was scrolling in a slow, jagged loop. "Carrier signal lost. Seeking recovery point. Seeking recovery point." "It's trying to find us," Kale said, his voice dropping to a fearful hush. "It's looking for a mind to latch onto, to start the loop again." "No," Holloway said, walking toward the console. "It's looking for Elias. It's looking for its conductor." She looked at the mixing board. It was identical to the one Elias had used in the heart of the archive, but this one was physical. It was made of steel and plastic, not obsidian and shadow. And there, at the bottom of the board, the master fader was twitching. It was trying to move upward, pushed by an invisible electromagnetic pressure. "Thump, thump, thump." The heartbeat. "It's him," Leo said, his eyes wide as he stared at the twitching fader. "The man from the radio. He's stuck in the wires." He's not stuck, Holloway said, her hand hovering over the board. He's the anchor. He's holding the door shut from the other side. But the pressure is building. The whole history of the world is trying to squeeze through this one little wire. She looked at the back of the console, where a thick copper grounding cable ran into the floor, disappearing into the bedrock. The cable was glowing with a faint blue scent, Elmo's fire. The smell of burning insulation began to fill the room. If we don't bleed the charge, Holloway realized, the whole thing will discharge at once. It won't be a broadcast. It'll be a localized EMP that will fry everything for 50 miles. The green chute, the water, us, will be scorched. How do we bleed it? Cale asked, looking frantically at the rows of dead equipment. Holloway looked at the master fader. It was halfway up now, resisting the invisible hand of the dead man who had died to keep it down. The red light on the console was turning a violent, screaming orange. We have to give it somewhere to go, she said, not back into the air, into the earth. She looked at the grounding cable. It was bolted to the frame with a massive brass nut. If she could bridge the console's output directly to that cable, bypassing the transmitter entirely, the energy would dump into the tectonic plates. It would be a silent scream into the stone. I need a conductor, she said. Cale held out the rusted pipe. Will this work? It'll melt, she said, and it'll take you with it. She looked around the room, her eyes landing on a heavy, light-shielded jumper cable hanging from a rack. It was designed for jump-starting the massive diesel generators that had once powered the site. Leo, get back, Holloway commanded. She took the jumper cable, her hands shaking. She could feel the static electricity standing the hairs up on her arms. The air was thick with the taste of copper. The fader was almost at the top. The ON air sign above the door began to flicker, a dying gasp of the old world's ego. Delia's, she whispered, though she didn't know why. If you can hear me, let go. We've got it from here. She clamped one end of the cable to the main output bus of the console. A spark the size of a fist jumped from the terminal, scorching her sleeve and sending a jolt of agony through her shoulder. She gritted her teeth, her vision swimming with white spots. The fader hit the top. A scream tore through the speakers, not a human scream, but the sound of 1 billion digital files being compressed into a single microsecond. It was the sound of the archive's final deletion. Holloway slammed the other end of the cable onto the grounding bolt. The world turned white. There was no sound, only a pressure so immense it felt like being underwater. Holloway felt herself being lifted off her feet. She saw the copper cable turn white-hot, then incandescent, then vaporize into a cloud of metallic green smoke. The energy poured into the earth, a silent thunderbolt that shook the very foundations of the mountain. Then the darkness returned. Holloway hit the floor hard. Her lungs burned. Her ears were ringing with a high-pitched whine that slowly faded into the sound of someone coughing. Cale Leo, she gasped. Here Cale's voice came from the corner. He sounded dazed but intact. I'm okay, Leo said. A faint, natural light was filtering in through the open door. Holloway looked at the console. It was a blackened ruin. The screen was shattered. The faders melted into a single lump of plastic. The ON air sign had exploded, leaving only a few shards of red glass on the floor. But the vibration was gone. The heartbeat had stopped. Holloway crawled to the door and looked out. The valley was still there. The sun was still climbing, indifferent to the drama in the bunker. But the air was different. It felt lighter. The oppressive sense of being watched, of being part of a recording, had vanished. She looked down at her hands. They were covered in soot and small burns, but they were real. They were hers. "It's gone," she said, "the last echo. It's finally gone." They walked out of the bunker, leaving the dead technology behind. As they descended toward the riverbed, Leo stopped and pointed at the ground. A few yards from the bunker entrance, a small crack had opened in the dry earth, a result of the massive electrical discharge. And from that crack, a tiny trickle of water was beginning to weep. It was clear, cold, and carried the silt of the deep earth. Holloway knelt by the water. She dipped her fingers into it and tasted it. It didn't taste like a memory. It tasted of minerals, of salt, and of the long, slow work of the planet. "We find the others," she said, looking toward the horizon. "We tell them the silence is safe now." They began to walk again, three small figures against a vast, broken landscape. They didn't have a map. They didn't have a signal. They only had the sun and the sound of their own footsteps. High above them on the ridge, the transmitter tower stood silent. A single crow, a real one, black and ragged, landed on the very top of the antenna. It looked down at the world, ruffled its feathers, and let out a sharp, discordant caw. The sound carried for miles. There was no echo. There was no recording. It was just a sound made once and then lost forever to the air. The radio that spoke before sunrise was silent. The morning had arrived, and it was loud with the sound of things that were allowed to die and things that were finally allowed to grow. The water from the fissure didn't flow with the mechanical precision of a pump. It pulsed, a rhythmic bleeding from the stone that mirrored the heartbeat Holloway had felt in the floorboards. She watched Leo cup his hands, his small, dirty fingers trembling as he brought the liquid to his lips. He drank with a desperation that seemed to pull from a well deeper than mere thirst. When he pulled away, his face was wet, and for the first time, the perpetual squint of a child born into the glare of artificial ghosts had softened. "It's cold," Leo whispered, his voice cracking. "It's really cold, Holloway." "That's the earth," she said, standing up and wiping her soot-stained palms on her heavy canvas trousers. "It hasn't forgotten how to be a cellar. It's been holding onto that for us." Cale stood a few paces back, his pipe held loosely in his hand, unlit. He was staring at the transmitter tower on the ridge. From this angle, the massive steel structure looked less like a monument and more like a lightning rod that had finally done its job. The air around it still shimmered with a heat haze, but the sickly violet hue that had plagued the horizon for a generation was fading into a bruised, natural blue. "We can't stay here," Cale said, though his legs looked like they were ready to buckle. "The discharge, if there are any of the auditor's old drones left, any of the automated scavengers that didn't rot in the silos, they'll have seen that flash." It was like a flare in a dark room. The drones ran on the archive's mesh, Holloway reminded him, though she kept her eyes scanning the jagged skyline. No signal, no brain. They're just heaps of scrap metal now, waiting for the rust to find them. Besides, did you feel that, when the cable vaporized? Cale nodded slowly. "My teeth still ache." "That wasn't just power," she said. "That was the archive's terminal entry. It didn't just go dark, it inverted. Any hardware still tuned to those frequencies probably fused into slag the moment I hit that grounding bolt. We didn't just turn off the radio, Cale. We killed the ghost in the machine." They began to walk again, following the newly formed trickle of water as it carved a shallow, wandering path through the dust. It led them toward a cluster of ruins that had once been a town, not one of the auditor's simulated suburbs, but a real place of brick and mortar that had been bypassed by the digital ascension because it was too stubborn to be mapped. The silence of the world was no longer heavy. It was a spacious thing. Before, the silence had felt like a bated breath, a pause between movements in a symphony that was being played for an audience of none. Now, it was the silence of a forest or a desert, a blank canvas. As they entered the outskirts of the ruins, the architecture changed. The smooth, uncanny curves of the archive-era structures gave way to the sharp, crumbling angles of the old world. Here, nature was already mid-meal. Vines that looked like gnarled, gray muscular systems throttled the skeletons of gas stations. Plastic signs, bleached white by a century of radiation, creaked in the wind like hanging shutters. Halloway, Leo said, stopping in front of a rusted metal box on a pole. It was a newspaper dispenser, its plastic window cracked and clouded. Inside, a yellowed stack of paper remained, the headline frozen in a time when people still worried about things like interest rates and weather patterns. "What is it?" Leo asked, pointing at the faded black ink. Halloway leaned in. The date was blurred, but the lead image was a photograph of a crowd of people looking up at the sky. They weren't afraid, they were waiting. The Great Sink, the headline read, "Are you ready to live forever?" It was a lie they told themselves, Halloway said, her voice dropping. They thought if they could turn their souls into data, they'd never have to say goodbye. They thought the radio would keep them warm. "Did it?" Leo asked. Halloway looked at the boy, at his bruised knees, his tangled hair, and the way his eyes darted toward every shadow, looking for predators that were finally, truly dead. "No," she said, "it just made the night last 1 billion years." She reached out and smashed the plastic window with the heel of her boot. The sound of breaking glass was sharp and final. She pulled out a handful of the ancient papers. They were brittle, turning to flakes of gray ash in her grip. She let the wind take them, watching the forever of the old world scatter into the weeds. They found a place to rest in what had once been a library. The roof had partially collapsed, allowing the morning sun to cut broad, golden swathes through the dust-choked air. Thousands of books remained on the shelves, their spines swollen with moisture and heat, their contents a matted pulp of forgotten knowledge. Cale sat on a fallen marble column, finally striking a match to his pipe. The smell of tobacco, real, harsh, and earthy, filled the space, competing with the scent of damp paper. "If the signal is gone," Cale said, puffing a cloud of blue smoke into the sunlight, "what happens to the people in the deep bunkers? The ones who never left the simulators, the ones who are still plugged into the great hum." Halloway sat on the floor, leaning her back against a shelf of encyclopedias. She closed her eyes. They'll wake up, or they won't. The archive was a life support system as much as it was a prison. When the power died, the vats would have started to cool. The interfaces would have flickered out. "That sounds like a massacre," Cale said quietly. "It's a mercy," Halloway countered. They weren't living, Cale. They were being looped. They were memories dreaming they were men. Elia's. He knew that. He sat in that chair for how long? 1,000 years. 10,000. He watched the same sunrises and heard the same songs until he couldn't tell the difference between a heartbeat and a skip in the record. He didn't kill them. He just stopped the recording. Leo had wandered into the stacks, his footsteps echoing softly. "Halloway, look." She stood up, her joints protesting, and followed the sound of his voice. He was standing in a small alcove near the back of the building. On the wall, a mural had been painted. It was peeling and faded, but the colors were still vibrant where the sun hit them. It depicted a group of people sitting around a campfire, their faces illuminated by the flames. One of them was holding a guitar. Another was leaning against a dog. But it was the background that caught Holloway's breaths. The artist had painted the stars, not the static, unchanging dots of the archive's night sky, but a swirling, chaotic river of light, the Milky Way, rendered in strokes of violet and gold. "Is that what it looks like?" Leo asked, his head tilted back, "without the clouds?" "I don't know," Holloway admitted. "I've only ever seen the archive's version. It was always too perfect, too symmetrical." "The man on the radio," Leo said, touching the painted stars. "He said he was the floorboards. He said he was the copper. Do you think he can see us now?" Holloway thought of the twitching fader. She thought of the way the air had rippled in the basement, as if the universe were trying to remember a deleted line. "I think he's part of the static now," she said. "The natural kind. The kind you hear between the stars. He's not a voice anymore, Leo. He's just the background." She looked up at the hole in the library roof. The sky was no longer the flat, matte gray of the morning. It was deepening into a brilliant, searing blue. The clouds were moving, really moving, driven by a wind that wasn't being generated by massive fans in a cooling tower. A sudden movement in the corner of her eye made her turn. A small bird, no bigger than a thumb, had flitted through the gap in the ceiling. It landed on a light fixture, its feathers a dull, dusty brown. It looked at them with a black, bead-like eye, cocking its head to the side. Then it opened its beak. It didn't mimic a dial tone. It didn't broadcast a timestamp. It chirped, a series of sharp, rhythmic notes that vibrated through the quiet library. Leo laughed. It was a high, bright sound that seemed to startle the bird, sending it back out into the sky. "Did you hear that?" Leo cried, jumping up and down. It made a noise, a real noise. Holloway felt a lump form in her throat. She realized she was crying, not out of sadness, but out of a profound sense of relief that was almost violent. The bird was real. The boy was real. Even the rust on the shelves was real. "The loop is broken," she whispered to the empty room. Cale walked over, his expression unreadable. He looked at the mural, then at the hole in the roof. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, metallic object. It was a handheld transistor radio, a relic he had carried for years, hoping for a signal that wasn't a threat. He turned the dial. For years, that radio had produced nothing but the auditor's low-frequency thrum, or the terrifying, distorted screams of the archive's data processing. Now there was only white noise, a soft, rushing sound like a distant ocean. Cale began to turn the dial slowly, his thumb moving with practiced precision. He swept through the bands, AM, FM, shortwave. Nothing. Then near the end of the dial, there was a flicker. It wasn't a voice, it wasn't music. It was a pulse. Click, click, click. Holloway tensed. Is it the archive? Is it rebooting? Cale held the radio to his ear, his brow furrowed. He moved toward the center of the room, raising the antenna toward the sun. The clicking grew louder, more distinct. It was rhythmic, but it wasn't digital. It had a physical quality to it, like a hammer hitting a nail. "No," Cale said, a strange smile spreading across his face. "It's not the archive. It's too slow, too irregular." "Then what is it?" Cale handed the radio to her. Holloway pressed it to her ear. Beneath the hiss of the cosmic background radiation, she heard it. It was the sound of something mechanical, yes, but something ancient and dying. It's a beacon, Holloway realized. An old-world maritime beacon. Automated. It must be running on a solar battery that finally got enough light to trigger the circuit. Where is it coming from? Leo asked. The coast, Holloway said, looking toward the west. The great water. It's hundreds of miles away. The realization hit her like a physical blow. If the beacon was firing, it meant the sun had cleared the atmosphere enough to power the old sensors. It meant the world was waking up in sections, like a giant rubbing its eyes after a long sleep. There might be people there, Cale said. Real people. Not remnants, not bunker dwellers. People who stayed by the sea. Or maybe it's just a machine talking to the waves, Holloway said, but it's a start. She handed the radio back to Cale. He didn't turn it off. He left the clicking sound playing, a tiny metronome for their new lives. They spent the rest of the day scavenging the library. They found an old atlas, its pages stuck together with mold, but the maps were still legible enough to show the mountain passes and the dry riverbeds that led toward the ocean. They found a stash of sealed emergency rations in a basement locker, crackers that tasted like cardboard and water that was flat and metallic, but it was sustenance. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, the light in the library turned a deep, bloody crimson. The shadows lengthened again, but they no longer felt like grasping fingers. They were just the absence of light. Holloway walked to the entrance of the building and looked back toward the transmitter tower. In the twilight, it was a black needle against a sky of fire. She thought of Elias, sitting in his obsidian chair, watching the master fader. She wondered if he had known that his final act wouldn't just bring silence, but would allow the world to speak for itself. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small piece of copper wire she had picked up in the bunker. She twisted it between her fingers, feeling the cold, hard reality of it. "Goodbye, Elias," she whispered. She dropped the wire into the dirt and stepped over the threshold. Outside, the first stars were beginning to poke through the fading blue. They weren't the perfect, shimmering jewels of the archive. They were faint, flickering, and infinitely far away. They were cold and indifferent, and Holloway had never seen anything more beautiful. "Look," Leo said, pointing up. The river of light." Holloway looked up at the Milky Way. It was there, just as the artist had painted it. A billion suns, each one a silent broadcast across the void. "We walk at first light," Holloway said, her voice steady. "We follow the water until we hit the road, and then we follow the road until we hear the sea." "And if we find more radios?" Leo asked. Holloway looked at the boy. She saw the reflection of the stars in his eyes, not the simulated stars of a billion-year loop, but the light of a universe that was finally, mercifully, moving forward. "Then we'll listen," she said, "but only if they have something new to say." They built a fire in the center of the library, using the broken remains of a wooden desk and the dry, useless pages of a book on computer hex code. The flames licked upward, casting dancing shadows against the mural of the stars. For the first time in her life, Holloway didn't dream of the archive. She didn't dream of the auditor's voice or the humming of the wires. She dreamed of the sound of a cello, playing 3 simple notes, looping over and over until they merged with the sound of the wind. Deep underground in the ruins of the station, the green shoot continued to grow. It had pushed through the floorboards, its roots wrapping around the silent copper wires, drawing the last of the chemical energy from the soil. It didn't need a signal. It didn't need a broadcast. It only knighted the sun. The master fader remained at the bottom of the board, pinned at absolute zero. The glass of the gauges was dark. The station was a tomb. But as the wind whistled through the latticework of the tower, it made a sound, a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the mountain. It wasn't a message. It wasn't a song. It was just the earth breathing. The broadcast was over. The day had begun, and somewhere far to the west, a maritime beacon clicked in the darkness, waiting for someone to hear it. The fire in the library hearth popped, a sharp, organic crackle that made Leo jump. He wasn't used to noise that didn't have a digital signature, a sound that wasn't rounded off by a compression algorithm. Holloway watched him watch the flames. To the boy, the fire was a miracle, a living thing that ate wood and breathed heat. To Holloway, it was a reminder of how much they had stolen from the world when they traded the sun for the screen. "Kale," she said, her voice raspy from the dust and the lingering ozone. "The map. How far to the first relay station on the coastal line?" Kale spread the moldering atlas across the marble floor, the firelight casting long, flickering shadows across the topographical lines. His finger traced a faded blue vein that represented a river, or what used to be one. "If we follow the drainage basin from the ridge, we hit the old Interstate 80. From there, it's a straight shot through the salt flats. But the map is 80 years out of date, Holloway." The topography might have shifted when the archive's cooling vents collapsed. The earth moves when you stop pinning it down with anchors. "We stay off the main roads where we can," Holloway decided. "The automated scavengers might be dead, but the landscape is still a graveyard of their hardware. I don't want to be tripping over fused chassis in the dark." They slept in shifts, though sleep was a thin, translucent thing. Holloway kept hearing the phantom echo of the archive, a low-frequency vibration in the back of her skull that she knew was just her brain trying to fill the sudden, terrifying void of the silence. For her entire life, the world had possessed a hum. It was the sound of the Great Sink, the vibration of billions of minds suspended in the amber of a digital heaven. Now the silence was so absolute it felt heavy, like a physical weight pressing against her eardrums. When the sun finally crested the jagged remains of the eastern skyline, it wasn't the pale, filtered light of the previous morning. The atmosphere was clearing with a violent speed. The sky was a bruised, electric indigo, and the air felt thin and sharp, like a whetted blade. They packed what they could, extra tins of the tasteless crackers, a rusted canteen filled from the fissure, and the handheld radio that continued its rhythmic, lonely click-click-click. As they stepped out of the library, the world felt larger. The ruins of the town were no longer a labyrinth of ghosts. They were just piles of stone and rebar. Without the archive's overlay, without the flickering holographic advertisements and the ghost data that used to haunt the periphery of Holloway's vision, the world was stark. It was honest. "Look," Leo whispered, pointing to the base of a cracked concrete pylon. A patch of moss, vibrant and impossibly green, was drinking the morning dew. It wasn't the uniform, genetically perfected moss of the archive's simulated parks. It was patchy, uneven, and crawling with tiny, translucent insects. "It's messy," Leo said, leaning down to touch it. "It's supposed to be," Holloway replied. "Perfection is a loop, Leo. Life is a slope. It's always falling towards something else." They walked for hours, leaving the town behind and descending into the valley. The terrain was a mosaic of the old and the older. They passed the husks of smart cities that had been built during the height of the Ascension, sleek white spires that now looked like bleached ribcages. These were the places where the physical bodies had been stored in vats while the minds wandered the digital ether. Holloway avoided looking into the windows of those spires. She knew what was inside. She knew about the rows of glass coffins, the nutrient lines that had long since dried up, and the skeletons wearing neural interfaces like crowns of thorns. The archive hadn't just been a radio station, it had been a morgue that forgot to bury its dead. By midday, the heat became an adversary. Without the archive's climate stabilization satellites, the weather was erratic. The sun beat down with a raw intensity that made the asphalt of the old highway soft and tacky. "The signal is changing," Cale said, stopping in his tracks. He held the transistor radio up. The rhythmic clicking had been joined by a second sound, a wavering, melodic whistle. It rose and fell like a flute played by someone who didn't know the notes. "Is that another beacon?" Holloway asked, her hand moving instinctively to the heavy wrench she kept looped in her belt. "No," Cale said, his eyes wide. "It's the ionosphere. Listen." He turned the volume up. The whistle was haunting, a ghostly slide of sound that seemed to come from the very top of the sky. "The atmosphere is unshielded," Cale explained, his voice hushed with awe. "The archive used to broadcast a white noise blanket to keep the radio spectrum clean for its own data. Now that the blanket is gone, we're hearing the sun. We're hearing the solar winds hitting the magnetic field." Holloway stood still, listening to the music of the planet's survival. It was chaotic and beautiful, a shimmering radiation that had been there for 4 billion years, hidden behind the auditor's wall of static. "It sounds like singing," Leo said, his head tilted back. "It's the sound of the door being left open," Holloway said. They reached the edge of the salt flats as the sun began its long, slow descent. The horizon was a flat, shimmering white, broken only by the silhouettes of derelict transmission towers that marched like giants toward the sea. But something was wrong. Holloway saw it first, a movement on the horizon that wasn't the heat haze. It was a rhythmic, mechanical gait. A shape, low to the ground and multi-legged, was picking its way across the salt. "Get down," Holloway hissed, grabbing Leo by the shoulder and pulling him behind a rusted shipping container that had been abandoned on the shoulder of the road. Cale dropped beside them, his hand gripping the radio to muffle the clicking. They watched through a gap in the rusted metal. The thing was a scavenger, an automated maintenance drone from the archive's final generation. It was the size of a wolf, its chassis a matte black polymer that seemed to swallow the light. It moved with a twitchy, insectal grace, its sensor head swiveling in a constant, neurotic search for a signal that no longer existed. "I thought you said they'd be scrap," Cale whispered, his breath hitching. "They should be," Holloway muttered. "They don't have internal logic. They're supposed to slave to the local mesh." The drone stopped. It stood on a mound of salt, its optical sensors glowing a dull, flickering red. It let out a sound, a burst of high-speed data bursts, a digital scream into the void. Screech sharp click. It was waiting for an answer. It was waiting for the archive to tell it what to do, where to go, what to fix. When no answer came, it spun in a circle, its legs scraping against the salt with a sound like sharpening knives. It's stuck in a fail-safe loop, Holloway realized. It's searching for a handshake protocol. It's not hunting us, Cale, it's just lost. But it's dangerous, Kale said. If it senses a heat signature, it might try to interface with it. That's how they were programmed to find technicians. The drone turned its head toward their hiding spot. The red light of its sensors swept across the shipping container. Holloway held her breath, her hand tightening on the wrench. She could hear the hum of its internal servos, a sound that felt like a splinter in the silence of the new world. The drone took a step toward them, then another. Suddenly, the transistor radio in Kale's hand let out a particularly loud burst of solar static, a sharp, descending whistle from the ionosphere. The drone froze. It tilted its head, its sensors flashing rapidly. It processed the sound, trying to fit the chaotic noise of the sun into its rigid, binary understanding of the world. The drone let out a low, mournful chime. It turned away from the shipping container and began to gallop toward the west, its legs churning the salt into a white cloud. It wasn't chasing them. It was chasing the sun. It was chasing the only signal left in the sky. Leo let out a long, shaky breath. Is it going to the sea, too? It's going nowhere, Holloway said, standing up and brushing the salt from her knees. It's following a ghost, just like everyone else did. They continued their trek across the flats, the white ground reflecting the darkening sky. The silence returned, but it was different now. It was a silence that felt expectant. As night fell, they didn't find a building. They were in the middle of the vast, empty expanse. They huddled together in the lee of a collapsed pylon, the cold of the salt flats seeping through their clothes. Kale kept the radio on, the volume low. The clicking of the maritime beacon was like a heartbeat. It was the only thing that kept them grounded in the terrifying infinity of the dark. Holloway, Leo's voice was small, muffled by his jacket. Yeah, Leo. If we find the people at the sea, what do we tell them? Holloway looked up at the stars. They were clearer now, the Milky Way a brilliant, tangled river of light that spanned the heavens. She thought of the radio station, the smell of the dust, and the way the master fader had felt under her hand, the weight of 1 billion lives sliding into the dark. We tell them the truth, she said. We tell them the song ended. Will they be mad?